Okay. So, I was already in a bad mood after yesterday, and I woke up today, and I went to make coffee, and I broke the fucking kettle. So, now I'm kind of in an even worse mood because of that. I just put it down to dry, and then it rolled off the counter, and then broke. So now I'm kind of in an even worse mood after that. So I have to mentally kind of, hey Anna, I broke the kettle today. I woke up and went to get coffee, and I made my coffee, and then I put the kettle down to dry, and then it rolled off of the fucking counter and cracked and broke. So it broke into a million glass shards that I had to clean up, and I'm glad that the cat didn't get hurt. I think the cat was so scared by the noise that he didn't go over to the glass. So yeah, to give myself some credit, okay, I think the last glass I broke was probably about like 5 years ago. Okay, so I just want to give myself some credit here, that it's not like every couple of months I go around breaking a glass. Okay, this is like a once in a 5 year sort of thing. Okay, so I've got a okay track record, but I still have a lot of guilt because I actually really like that kettle. It was like a nice glass kettle, and it was cool because it had like a blue light on it, and you could see the water fucking boil and stuff. Like, that was a mad cool kettle, and now I fucking broke it. So yeah. Yo, what's up? What's up, Pavla? But yeah, I like that fucking kettle. I want to get a kettle that's stainless steel so that you can't break it, because I feel like that was destined to happen eventually. But yeah, it was a nice kettle. Cutting down on your shader functions. So you've cut down 1,300 lines, or you've never heard of a glass kettle before? It's an electric one, so that's why. Anyway, I put the camera on a spring, so now it has physics. When you jump, though, we go under the ground, so I have no fucking clue. So how did you break your kettle if it's not electric? Yeah, looking on the stream, it doesn't really come through very well. How that the camera is smooth now, but whatever. Basically, what happens is that when we move the mouse, it moves the target for the spring, and then it slowly goes to the. It blew up. The fuck do you mean it blew up? What? What do you mean it blew up? What are you talking about? It blew up. That's not something that just happens. It blew up. What? The fuck? Like, exploded? What's your expected date to finish MVP, min viable prod? I guess I'm not thinking that too hard about it, I guess. I'm not thinking that crazy about it. I'm just making probably an RPG. I want it to be surreal. I've written a lot of the story and the characters and the environments, and mainly the combat system. The combat system is you're going to have a belief system, and that's what you're going to fight with, right? So it's kind of like, in Dark Souls, how they have like, you can be like a wizard, or you can have faith, or you can have, strength or whatever. In this, it's a more kind of ideological sort of thing, right? So you can believe in God and have religion traits. You can believe in the occult, goth aesthetics and in nihilism, right? You can believe in, various. You can believe in education and science and things like this. Just kind of thinking about the way, the people that I've met during my life and how they've coped with, the shit that they need to cope with to survive, in their belief system. That's very much what I wanted to make the game about, is you're just kind of coping. So it just fried itself. What do you mean? Everybody has a kettle in America. You need a kettle to make anything in America. Like even ramen noodles, right? Like it's actually like a psychopathic trait if you are one of these people that like microwave water. That is so fucking sadly American. Am I a religious man? No. But I mean, I'm in the minority of like extremely, severe drug addicts that aren't extremely religious, right? Like my old, friend who was like a super, heroin ex addict, right? Like, became like, found God or whatever and that sort of thing. And so I kind of wanted to reflect that in the game as like this sort of belief system that you can fight your demons with or whatever. But yeah. Some people prefer to use their microwave or use a bot. And whenever I bring up kettle, Americans go nuts always. I think you're just surrounded with psychos. I think you're literally surrounded with psychos. Like, those people aren't human. Those people aren't human, legitimately. Anyway, if anybody wants to know the formula, it was kind of just like random shit. I also added some angular velocity based on the left versus the right drop. Pretty much just that. All the Americans I met over the years. Wow, I mean, to be honest though, I've kind of been lucky. I've lived most of my life in New York and like LA and stuff, and so the people that I've known mostly are like cool Americans, not like the Americans that are around here. So I guess that's the good thing, I guess. But anyway, did I ever try to get closer to God in a sense of finding out who you are actually? No, I had some crises in my life where I went to church, I guess. Where I went to service. I went to Catholic school when I was younger. I like to believe that me and God are on good terms. I think, I want the best for humanity and for those around me, even if I make the wrong decisions sometimes, But, I like to think that we kind of see eye to eye, even if I've made mistakes, So I don't really feel the need to pray necessarily or whatever, or believe or practice or anything like that, because I just do my best to not hurt anyone, that's all. That's kind of who I am, right? And I found out due to America's 120 volt electrical grid kettles take twice as long. Oh. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, we've always had a kettle. Well, we only have a stovetop one now, thanks to me, so that sucks. Anyway, I did a lot of work on the movement system. There's the thing where we go under the ground when we jump, which I need to solve. I'm gonna just assume that our pelvis just keeps going down when we jump, and it can't really stop. I could simply clamp the pelvis position at the pelvis target. I could clamp the pelvis target to the Z of our base position, right? Let's just do a max then. Yeah, thank you, I appreciate that. Like, where's the milk? And then this other American one, ew, you put milk in your tea? Now, I'm gonna be honest with you, Anna, I don't put milk in my tea. The legs kind of do freak out, but for now we don't really care about the legs freaking out. But that's... I'll do Brit, but you're not British. Yeah. Arizona sweet tea. Yeah, you're talking to some middle Americans. I don't know. Those people, I don't know. People who drink Arizona iced tea are genuinely just quite the specimen. I don't mean to be a dick, but we have a bug where we get stuck to walls. It happens rarely, but I don't know how I'm gonna fix it. It happens very rarely. Okay, let's go and get rid of this printout. I think it's an update camera. Yeah, I was doing some debugging with this earlier. It's from Wisconsin. Yeah. I've met some great people from Florida, but from Jacksonville. And Jacksonville is kind of different than like Miami and Orlando and shit. Like, that's a different type of person. But I've never met a good person from Wisconsin. I don't know if that's I don't know if that's oh, the guys from Jacksonville. Oh, right. One of my favorite people of all time is from Jacksonville, so sorry about that. Me and her have the same birthday, you know that? Same exact birthday. It's crazy when we found that out. We were co-workers. Anyway, that was That was kind of crazy. I realized that the BVH traversal is actually broken on the GPU. Oh, also, we should fix the rubber banding. Let's fix the rubber banding, because there's this rubber banding, right, which is kind of kind of stupidly stupid, right? When we yeah, the rubber banding is crazy. Also, the cam right and the cam up stuff is still happening. Oh god, is it compiling the wrong thing again? No, it isn't. I don't think it is. Where is this? Where would this be printing out from? Maybe this compute camera basis. Oh god damn it! Where could this be? Oh god. Let's say someone you know that I know is from Wisconsin. Oh, okay. 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 It's definitely not who I'm thinking of, so I should stop worrying. There's someone who really hates my guts that's from Wisconsin. Really hates my guts. Like, really hates me. Like, really wants to probably kill me again and again and stab me in the chest and make me die. That's from Wisconsin, so where could this be printing out from? Please tell me that this... Oh, it didn't compile. Is that what it is? Oh, it didn't compile. Okay, well, I'm just being dumb. Okay, so how do I fix the rubber banding? We should make a button that reassembles the skeleton. That's what we should do. We should make a button that literally just reassembles the skeleton at our position for when we exit out of no clip mode, so that it's just less painful. So let's go to where that is. Where would that be? This is in input, where we exit out of no clip. Right here. Right, so when we exit out of no clip, which is global's no clip goes to false, we want to change this to we want to reassemble the skeleton, and to do that we should probably take a look at this. We probably just have to set it to these values. Well, I live in the south, so I guess I'm the outlier then. I didn't really get a good night's sleep. I think I kept waking up, which sucks. I don't wanna talk about it. how you broke But you are from New York. Yeah, that is true. I did spend quite a bit of time growing up in here, though. I was here from the 6th grade through almost the end of high school, and then I moved back to New York. So there's I'm literally half and half, but I spent most of my important years, I guess, from years 17 through 25, around New York. So, but I did spend quite a bit growing up here too. But I don't know, I'm not really either, I suppose. What's up, Cruto? How are you doing? I don't think we need to touch the legs position, because the legs come down from the pelvis, right? The leg position, leg start pause, leg target pause. Leg start pause equals leg pause. Oh, right, the target, yeah. The target automatically guarantees that. Right, but then okay. So we really should start it at a position that's correct. How do I do that? I need the left tra and right tra. These. Really, I feel like we should. Really, I feel like this should be baked into the left and the right leg. Okay, so let's do that then. This left tra and right tra basically is how we split our legs at the hip into the two different directions, right? We just do it with a rotation matrix. And so I'm thinking that we should probably just do that initially here. So let's just pass in the offset. Instead of deriving it each frame, we should bake it into the leg. I just typed the same thing twice. We should bake it into the leg. So every time we start a new thing, every time we start a new step, we should probably just add the tra to it, and let me see if that is going to work for us. Oh, we're well, we've got a bit of sass in our step. This is the most sassy walk of all time. I just feel like that. Okay, our feet really want to go together now. So obviously that didn't work. The poop walk, I guess so. I guess so. I do like the fact how if you start walking sideways, you literally start falling over, because that's so real, because I would not be able to walk diagonally. The poop walk is for real. Oh, I guess you should add the target, the tra to the target. Oh, but let's try it. It may it may not work good, because what if we turn while we're walking, then our rotation matrix changes. So this is fine, kind of. Looks a little bit weird, but if we turn while we're walking, we kind of continue moving in the direction where we're going originally, which is kind of strange. So I don't know if we want to keep it this way. So like if we turn around, then we just start, our legs start like swinging around. But this is technically correct, like physically correct, because you find a place to put your foot and then you just try to put your foot there rather than mid-foot swinging your foot. Or maybe maybe it is the other way, I don't know. This is how Stickman would walk. I think, to be honest, it just looks like that just because we have a stick leg. I think that it would probably look not like a stick if we didn't have stick legs. That's kind of what I think. Let's just compare it to what we had before. What if they were triangle legs? You want me to do triangle legs? So this is what we had before. See, like kind of like turn with us rather than just going wherever. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna keep it like this, even though it's probably not physically correct. There's probably a better way of doing it anyway than the way I'm doing it right now. Probably a better way of going about it, but whatever. So for now, we won't touch the... Oh, actually, I didn't even check if the rubber banding works. Yep, so the rubber banding is fixed, so now we can fly around. And it's just the neck spring that we need to get rid of the velocity on. This is one thing in C that they should have. They should let you do that without a cast. I don't wanna talk about it, how you broke my heart. And we'll put this in a function. We'll just call it the top here of all of our stuff. Reset skeleton. I don't want to talk about it. So let's just go spring pelvis, spring neck. Now I'm just writing this just in case I have this for multiple things that aren't just the player in the future. Just in case. But, you know, who knows. Okay, so just do this. Oh, are we gonna do the fancy thing here? Oh, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, now I kind of forgot which was which, not gonna lie. Really, we could just make it one struct that has all of this stuff. Do you think that we should do that? A skeleton has a hip height, a neck height, a pelvis diff, this or that, that. That would probably be a good way of doing it. And it also has a leg IK. I'm just gonna call it a skeleton. And we will have a pelvis, we will have a neck, we will have a few different things. We'll have a pelvis height, a hip height, a neck height, a neck pelvis diff. We will have a upper leg length, lower leg length. And what else do we need for the skeleton? Oh yeah, we need the 2 leg IKs. Left leg, leg IK, right leg. And we just put the smaller stuff at the top as per usual, and that's the skeleton struct. And now we can have multiple skeletons. Remove context shadows SSR. Why is cone tracing bloat? Isn't cone tracing fast? And now our player can have a skeleton. And that way everything is neat. Everything is very neat. I should really start moving the structs into the correct order. I kind of forget to do that a lot. The ray shooting straight to the ABB. Oh, I see. I see. Wait, why is this not a... Oh, don't tell me that I put them as... Oh, I probably did put them as pointers, didn't I? Whoops. Whoopsies. Come on, bro. Alright, this is gonna be some code that we have to write, unfortunately, but whatever. Ah, fuck. My keyboard keeps doing that. I actually don't know if it's my keyboard or if it's something else at this point that's doing that, but yeah, it's good to save them, yeah, for sure. we should move these from defines into the thing. I should also have it defined for pelvis hip diff. Or not it defined, I should just put it on the struct. Okay, those are all of our defines put into the skeleton. Sometimes less is more. You got it. That is why I don't code at all, and I completely suck at everything in life. Just kidding. Less is more, what can I say? I aim to please. I'm just kidding. Okay, so that's the initialization stuff. Hopefully I did all that right. I think it's okay. We're gonna have some problems here though. We have a function that does that now. Let's not worry about it. Alright, let's fix some problems. So let's take a... Do we even use D? We do use D. We do use D for the forward. We should probably just take in a... Take in the D. No, I didn't say it. I didn't say that. Oh, hey, what's up, Luke? Nice to see you. Pause? Yeah, I don't know what I was fucking saying. Not performance over readability? Yeah, I mean, I don't know anything about fucking readability. Are we reading the code? This code is cursed. To be fair though, I am abstracting stuff as we speak, actually. That's what I'm doing right now, so I'm not crazy. I'm making a skeleton. Okay, struct with all of everything in it, so that now, later, if we have other things that need to be skeletons, we can do that. How's it going? It's going good. It's harder to write with all this clutter. Yeah, tell me about it. We shouldn't really call it a skeleton. We should just call it S. S upper leg length, S lower leg length. For those who are just tuning in, what I'm working on right now is I'm working on the skeletal movement system. Basically, based on our feet position, we solve for where the knee is, and then that gait influences our pelvis, which has a spring, which then is attached to our neck, and that gives us realistic walking physics. Yeah, trust me. Let's just look at all the files. I have 2.c. Okay, I definitely have more than this. This is fake news. This is fake news. This is completely fake news. I have more backups than that. That's literally not real. Okay, that's the hip height. And now we just need to replace all of this with this stuff. What was this? Pelvis height? Okay. Pelvis height. That was pelvis height, right? I'm not tripping. Okay, that is pelvis height. I'm not tripping. And did I do everything? Really? No, that can't be everything. That cannot be everything. Wait, it was that easy? Holy shit. What does a renderer look like? Okay. Okay, well, I obviously fucked something up. This is what the renderer looks like. It's kind of like in a state right now where you can't really see it. So I can try to put it in a state where you can see it. This is where the light should be, I guess, coming from. So this is kind of what the renderer looks like. But this is with 0 indirect, and we have to bake the indirect. So the indirect right now, if I bake it, is going to look like this, right? So you can see basically the light comes in and then it starts bouncing around, right? So you have to do many iterations for it to actually really start looking correct. Do you see what I'm saying? So you have to leave this to bake a full map for a while to get it really looking properly good, right? But you can see what it kind of looks like, right? Also, something I have to fix is for some reason the texel density on the ground here is so low. Like, this is 1 texel, by the way. So I need to fix that. I think that there's something in my UV mapping that's not correct. Anyway, that's what it looks like. But yeah, we appear to not be able to move. So I most likely fucked something up. Oh, it's because of this. All of these springs obviously need to go onto the thing. So what I should do is I should delete these springs. I should also technically put this on the skeleton as well. Yeah, I should put that on the skeleton as well. It is a work in progress though. So there is a thing that makes everything undercase. I don't know what that is. Let me look that up, because this is a good opportunity to learn it. Backtick. Holy fucking shit. What? Okay, it's that easy. Okay. I guess I was just too lazy to learn it before now, but whatever. Ah, damn, that sucks. So you gotta replace everything. Okay. We should really just get the player skeleton as a thing. As a... but then you have to fucking... Oh yeah, let's just take in the skeleton up here. Yeah, let's just take in the skeleton. Also, this integration should happen inside of here. I didn't, okay, well it wasn't that easy, you know, earlier when I was like, oh, it was that easy? It was not that easy. Turns out that that was a lie. Backtick? Holy fucking shit, that's crazy. If you go down much, you'll never come back. In my opinion, you're on the wrong track. Oh, this is such a pain in the ass. Oh my god. Oh, since it's on the skeleton, I don't actually have to pass any of this in anymore. Nice. Okay. Simplifying the code, simplifying the code. Simplifying the code. You'll never come back. In my opinion, you're on the wrong track. Oh, but we need to know if it's left or right. Oh, that's awkward. Okay, then we will just do it as a thing. would the lighting not need to be baked as severely to characterize viewer perspective if you're able to get the typical viewing angles? Oh, you're talking about the scale of the model. Oh yeah. This isn't. This is Anna's model, so this is not something that would be in the game. Yeah. For something that would be in the game, I would definitely scale it properly. But yeah, it's like a pretty massive for a world scale. Yeah, that's definitely. It definitely would be, a lot faster if there was less space for sure. I can show in a little bit the bar scene, and we can see what that's like. But yeah, it's not. That wouldn't be like the thing that we'd be using in real time, Yeah. No, yeah, it definitely is a factor. But the good thing is that most of this baking stuff, you can just like do a cheap bake for like 10 minutes just to see what it's gonna look like or whatever, iterate on it, and then do like one big bake at the end for like hours at a time, you know what I mean? It's surprisingly not that painful, I think, because you're only gonna really do the big bake a few times. But then again, I haven't really done it yet per se. I've done the big bakes before, but I haven't really iterated on anything in particular yet. This function called move foot does a lot more than move foot, that's for sure. It's like you look inside of the bag that says, I don't know, the bag that says chocolate, and it's just a bag full of like tungsten cubes. I'm bound to fuck something up here. I'm bound to fuck something up because this code is quite complicated and I'm not really thinking about it too much. Okay. Okay. That's theoretically refactored. Theoretically. Dude. Yummy tungsten cubes. Yeah, I'm telling you. Tungsten cubes are the funniest thing in the world. Me and my sister have this whole like running joke with tungsten cubes. We just think it's like the funniest thing in the world. Like if you had a tungsten cube and you were like you were having like a dinner party at your house and you just like went up to one of your guests as you were just talking just casually, you're like, yeah, yo, hold this, and you just give him a tungsten cube. Like, wouldn't that be the funniest thing in the fucking world? And then he like drops it on the fucking floor because he was not prepared for the raw weight of a fucking tungsten cube. Like, that would be like the funniest thing ever. Like, we laughed for like a solid like 20 minutes about this the other day. I just thought that it was like the funniest thing. Just the thought of doing that to someone is just so fucking hilarious to me. Maybe it's like, that's like stupid, but I think that that's just fucking hilarious. You know. Tungsten anvil above door, yeah, like some fucking Looney Tunes shit. Yeah, dude. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And eat some ibuprofen, yeah, exactly. He would, I'm telling you, you're never recovering from that absolute humiliation of dropping the tungsten cube at the dinner party. It's just not gonna happen. You're just never gonna be able to recover. Yeah. Update camera taking in a skeleton seems bad. Like bad fucking design, actually. That sounds pretty bad design. Not gonna lie. That seems like pretty bad design. But we won't care for now. Have to follow the rules on this one. On the wrong track. Okay. Now we have to be done. Ooh. Can't imagine that being so cheap. No, it isn't. It's the most expensive prank in history. But if I got rich, I think that's what I would do with my wealth. I would just buy a tungsten cube and then just be funny. Like, that would be the funniest fucking thing, bro. Like, fuck buying a yacht. Fuck buying. I don't care about any of that shit. I just want to hand somebody a tungsten cube and them not know that it's a tungsten cube before they grab onto it. I just want to see what their face would be like after realizing that they're about to break their foot with a fucking tungsten cube. Dude, imagine you come up to a guy and you're just like, yo, hold this, bro. And then he just like fucking demolishes his foot, bro. That would be fucking hilarious. I think I'm a psychopath. Am I a psychopath? Nah. Because the loading is good. In main.c. Oh. At player.skeleton. You know, you could do what are those with electric shock gum things? It's no, that's not funny. That's not funny. It's no, you know what's funny is when you hand somebody something and they don't know that it's heavy. And then they immediately find out how heavy it is, and the moment of fear that enters into somebody's eyes when they realize that they can't hold on to this thing. You know, just that split second. That's fucking hilarious to me. If somebody embarrassed me at a party with a fucking tungsten cube, I feel like I would just, you know, you gotta give it to them for that one, you know what I mean? You gotta give it to them. Now what if you give them another cube right after that, but it's light? Oh man, that's fucking funny. You like make a pretend tungsten cube that's just out of cardboard, painted like a tungsten cube. Oh dude. Dude, that would be so fucking funny. Holy shit. Holy shit. We're walking. We're walking. We're flying. Okay, so the camera position needs to change. Where contestants at the party have to search through a pile of cubes. You have the tungsten cube. That would be that's literally super villain though. That's literally like super villain. Death by tungsten cube. I don't know why I find it so funny. It's just the concept of something so tiny being so heavy just has this comical value to it. It's like I can't really explain it. I don't know why it's funny to me. What was I about to do? Oh yeah, we're about to fix that thing with the reset skeleton function. Did I implement that even? Reset. I did. We need to change sneck dot rotation equals if you go down to Hammond, you'll never come back. In my opinion, you're on the wrong track. We should do this here. We shouldn't put that in because that's not necessarily a thing. We need to set the rotation to the camera rotation. So I'm guessing that this would be cam dot yaw, cam dot pitch, cam dot roll. I'll try it. Do I take anything? Like medication? Yeah. Multiple. I take do you want to know the full? We can go over the full thing. I take Concerta. That's the good one. That one makes me feel good. I take olanzapine, I take lithium, I take lamictal, and I take what's the other one? And something else. I can't remember what that one is. What that one's called. Those are the main ones. Lithium battery. Yeah, I'm the fucking Energizer Bunny. Bro. Okay, I forgot to turn on collision. Okay. I'm just making sure that everything works now. On the wrong track. The legs do take a while to catch up to you, but the legs are purely visual for now. Yeah, risperidone, man, that shit is not good. Although, honestly, all of the antipsychotics are not good. I've had bad side effects to all of them. Luckily, I'm on, like, a lower dose now. But I've had literal, like, I forget which one I was on before that just straight up made me want to, like, literally, so... Just straight up, like, it gave me, what's it called, it gave me, what is it called, the fucking shit where you feel it in your legs or whatever, well, it's not antidepressants, I'm not on SSRIs, I'm on mood stabilizers, I have bipolar, it's different. ADHD's interesting. Yeah, I have ADHD as well, of course, so luckily that's the best part about my life, is that I get to take stimulants now, which really helps me out, because I honestly went so much of my life without stimulants when I am somebody who benefits greatly from it. So yeah, I'm very careful with it. In fact, I take frequent breaks from taking my stimulant. So I take, I'm very, very aware of it. Okay, so for now, I am just going to set this to done for now. And we'll move this to in progress, and we'll work on this. One of those week planner things I do, but I have ADHD, and so I struggle with that as well. Luckily, I have a good habit of just taking them every night before I go to bed. It's lucky that I take them all at the same time and don't have any that I take in the beginning of the day. But yeah, I just have an alarm and I do it. So luckily I don't have any that I take in the beginning of the day other than my stimulant, and the stimulant thing is like, it's very easy to know if I've taken it because I either feel bad or I feel good. So those are the, if I feel good, then I know I've already taken it. Isn't it like 6 a.m.? It is. I woke up really early today because I couldn't sleep. So, I went to bed early. I went to bed at like 9. Do I drink a lot of water? I drink a lot of sparkling water. But yeah, I drink water. Okay, so the scene BVH traversal on GPU is an interesting one. Thanks to Anna's model, I actually discovered this bug yesterday. And so let's go over to that part of the code base and go investigate. Let us go investigate. So for now, yeah, I mean, I don't feel great all the time, personally, but I've spent very significant portions of my life feeling exceptionally bad, right? And so I'm very fortunate to know that I'm not that bad. And as long as I am a good boy and take my medicine, then I will never be that bad ever again, hopefully. So that's the one silver lining in life, is that anyway, Anna's model showed me that this is the bug, and we need to investigate it. I think we may actually have to make a debug shader to view the BVH, because I don't know how we're gonna find it otherwise. So that's fun. That's really fun. Isn't that fun? That's really fun. I think this model is like positive X. The light. Okay, it was positive Y. I fucking lied. My bad. God fucking damn it. It is positive Y. No, it's negative Y. Shit. Okay, well. Whatever. Let us bake, and then I can show what the bug is. So, as you can see, so right here, do you see this hard change in color here between this and this? This is because of this one line here. Because if I reload the shaders and don't traverse the scene BVH, then this line, and if we rebake, this line goes away and everything becomes the same color. So the scene BVH has broken this somehow. Learning R. I don't know what R is. I mean, I think I've heard of it, but I don't know. $22 to $28. That's good. Yeah. So thank you to Anna for this model. I would have never found this bug until forever. But now we have to figure it out. So I have no clue how the fuck I'm going to figure this out. Is it struggling to load the color gradient? No, it's not detecting occlusion because of how it is traversing the scene BVH. Rust but censored. Oh, Rust. Oh yeah, I did use Rust, yeah. I do have experience in learning Rust. I did the Rust book. I think just do the Rust book. The Rust book is pretty good. Yo, what's up, Paul? Good morning. Yeah, the Rust book is pretty good. And Rust for databases, not really. So let's go through it again. Let's get rid of the bounces. Let's get rid of AO. And let's just run this until we can figure out what's going on. Okay. But by the way, the reason why it's light over here is because this is the skybox. It's sampling the skybox. It doesn't detect occlusion, so. A dung node. R is for, yeah, I thought that R was different than Rust, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't used Rust, no. I was hoping that it was the slab test that was the problem, because I don't want to actually go through the BVH building and, like, you know. Because the thing is, the BVH, we use for everything. You get what I'm saying? So if the BVH is bad, then, like, how, right? But we're using PP and inverse dir. This slab test is the same slab test that we use for this, but we use PM and MD. PM is the inverse matrix of this mesh node. I already tried using the inverse pause and that didn't work, I think. I think we may have to go into the BVH itself. No, it's for the indirect lighting calculation. Because I already tried this. I'm thinking that Anna's right and we are completely fucked. Yeah, like, look at this. We're completely fucked. We're absolutely fucked. We're just completely fucked. It's completely over. It's completely ruined. Mental pain's the sharpest knife. Do I have the old slab test? Let's try the old slab test. How about that? Let's try that old slab test. No. Same thing. I hope that this isn't one of those things where it looks like it's the BVH that's the problem, but it's something else that's the problem, and then we get completely fucked up. Like, that would fucking suck. Yeah, we're completely fucked, I think. Yeah, I think it's time to look at the BVH. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that, sir. Sir, you can't make me do it. You can't make me look at the BVH. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. You're gonna have to be brave, son. You're gonna have to be brave. You're gonna have to be brave. We're gonna have to be brave and render out the whole fucking tree again. Okay. You know what? This is a good opportunity. Let's just make a function that renders a fucking BVH. Huh? How about that? How do you do this? We don't actually need the leaf indices or any of that shit. We want to get the depth, and so let's just how do I get the depth of the tree? You iterate through the whole tree and then find the deepest point. We have to do recursion. Something like this. And then you return this. I'm doing this so that I can color the tree based on depth. That's the whole idea here. Just for debugging. Do I know what vsync does? Yeah. I mean, under the hood, it's probably more complicated than my understanding of it, but yeah. When I build my tree, I just throw the current depth in the node. That is a smart idea. That is a smart idea. Actually, do I have that? No, I don't. Okay, well, that is what it is. I think I had that at some point. Honestly, you know what? I could just implement that. We're just gonna do it this way. That's how you do it, I think. That's probably how you do it. Okay, so we're just gonna find depth. Find depth for nodes 0. Hopefully I think that's the algorithmic way to do it. And now we can render them. Let's just get a node count in here so that we know. We can also just do it recursively. We could do it recursively and then do the depth on the way down. Oh no, but then we don't have the max depth. Let's just do it like this. 30 FPS, that's crazy. That is really good. That is really good. So I'm just gonna copy this. We're gonna init a vector. And we will do ABB to vertices with each node ABB as we go down. and so the color will be, which is not the most efficient thing in the world, the color will be graded based on the depth. We want the brighter ones to probably be the leaves, and so, oh wait, we need the depth of each one. Okay. So we have to do this recursively anyway. Cut slide after slide. And it turns me green. God, the amount of work that I'm doing just to debug this is kind of fucking annoying. But at least after I do this, then we'll never have to worry about making a debug shader again for this shit. Open another window in a new file. Why? Why? Okay. I'm just gonna make it from black to white, I think. I would like to lerp it. If we want to be pretty, then we can be pretty. What do you mean, no, the other one? What are you talking about? Okay. Okay, so now all we have to do is init the vector and render tree. No, render tree. Nodes. Points. Depth of 0, max depth of depth, and we can enter the start color here. We want to go from at the top. I think I want to make them yellow, or let's go blue to red. I can see your comment. What's up, dude? It's been shadow banned. Dude, that sucks. I can see you. How are you doing? It's been a long time. That's crazy. That is really crazy. Anyway, all we have to do is get the thing here for GL points, and then, or it's not points, it's lines. So I'm just gonna do this, and then really we don't need a vector at all actually for this. It would be so much faster and not thrash cache for us to actually just have a buffer, so that's what I'm going to do. Let's just malloc it because it's going to be big. And 24. Well, the problem is that we have to keep a count to where we are at in it, but that's easy enough. Okay, hopefully I'm not doing this wrong and we're gonna segfault and die. That's crazy. That is crazy. No, yeah, I never saw your comments. That is insane. I feel very bad. I do remember that. I do definitely remember that. I remember you, for sure. We talked about, you worked on this, this game with the models. And I remember, like, it was a, I forget what it was about it, but I remember that it was, like, this funded game that was, like, crowdfunded or something. You use Helix? That's awesome. It is the editor, yeah. It is the editor. Okay, okie dokie. Oh, wait, count plus 24, and then we need to... Shit. Oh my god, I just lost my mind actually for a second there. Okay, we're just gonna do a pointer because I don't want to have to deal with the recursion thing. The recursion is just too crazy. So we're just going to do a pointer because I don't want to have to figure out how to return the count up the tree. That sounds really difficult for me. Hate my paint me red if I load my magazine. Okay. Okay, so there is a 0% chance that I did this correctly, but we're going to try to render the BVH. We're going to try to render the BVH. Thank you. Well, I did work on the old engine, and then I stopped working on it, and then I did the chess engine, and then I did the Lenia project on Windows XP, and then I did some other stuff, and now I'm working on an engine for an actual game that I'm trying to make. Yeah. All right, peace out, Luke. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you just stopping by. Have a good one, man. But yeah, we will see if I have the mental fortitude to finish it. Let's cast vec to BVH node, and with a node count of the count. Okay, let's see how I fuck this up. You were trying to help out, yeah. I've been working on the physics stuff for sure. I've got walking physics now, so that's pretty cool. But the physics engine in this seems pretty good. With I've got like bomb guard stabilization and like an impulse solver and all that, and it works pretty solid. It works pretty solid. I'm not rendering anything. Which seems... Oh, I meant points. You gotta put the points in there. Okay. Does ABB to vertices not do lines? ABB to vertices... It does, doesn't it? I feel like it does. Yeah, thank you. It's doing XPPD. 3 of your computers died. Oh, that sucks. What is XPPD? PBD? I don't know what that is, personally. I am ignorant to that. That does sound cool, though, whatever that is. What are those debug lines for? It's for the BVH. If there isn't a BVH, then I'm gonna be pissed. It's either that there isn't a BVH or there's 11 nodes. Okay, so we're just not drawing it right. Oh wait, debug line count, duh. What the fuck is wrong with me? My bad. You update positions directly instead of doing impulses. Velocity based off the deltas after updating positions. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I tried to do something similar to that and then I died. and then I give up. And then I had to do the positions after because it killed me. Apparently, I just sucked at doing it. I probably was doing something wrong though. I can't really remember. It's a long time since I worked on it. Okay, so the tree is completely fucking broken, by the way. The tree is completely broken if we're rendering it correctly. If we're rendering it correctly, it's completely fucking donezo. Which we might not be rendering it correctly. We could try going node count times 24 just to make sure. No. Okay. This is only the scene BVH, by the way, with the meshes. This is not the try BVH. The try BVH is absolutely fine, 100%. But yeah, for some reason, I just want to make sure that we're rendering it correctly. I just want to make sure on that. Because if we aren't and then we go down the rabbit hole, that would suck. That would definitely suck. Because I did write it pretty fast, to be fair. Entire scene BVH layer. Yeah, that's the BVH. I mean, I'm not sure if it's the entire thing, but I'm going to guess that it is. Okay. Well, let us see how we build it then, because it's the only way I'm going to figure out what the problem is. I hope that we don't go down the rabbit hole here and then it just was me rendering it wrong, but I don't think it is me rendering it wrong anymore. I do not think so. Let me just try jail points really quick. Just to make absolute sure. Okay. It's officially fucking cooked. Okay. Okay, let us look. Let us have a looky. I wonder if it has something to do with this. There should be no mesh nodes without a mesh inside of here, inside of this scene. So let's take a look, because this is the only thing that I've changed since we originally wrote this stuff and tested all of it. So I just want to see if on build we get this printout, because we should not get that. Okay, we don't get it. We don't get that. Okay, so we skip over 0 mesh nodes on the initialization. I think just to make it easier for us, we should probably just like see it side by side with the with the triangle BVH, because we know that the triangle BVH is good. So we know that the parent node, the root node, has the correct center and extents because it appears that way, right? The blue top level node. So all of this has to be correct. The translate AABB, all of it has to be is seemingly correct over here. So everything we do to get the root makes sense, I think. What are these values? With depth, the parent IDX. Yeah. So I think we have to go into it. Yeah. Mesh nodes count -1. That is the parent IDX. Why is that the case? Is this really the function? That can't be the function, right? Is that really the function? I guess there was a reason for me putting this root index to mesh nodes count -1. I think that there is a reason for this. I can't really remember what the reason is. But that is certainly strange and worrying. Oh no. It's that this is 0. This is 0. It's just a different way of writing 0. That really confused me for a second. Okay, never mind. Never mind. That really confused me. Okay. If I had to guess, did I write my own engine? I do. I do have my own engine, yeah. We are working on said engine right now. So we translate the AABB by the translation of the node. Which automatically worries me. Fucking Christ. That automatically worries me. I think that we changed this function at some point. We changed it. Oh no, we do translate it just like that. I almost wonder if we take those transformations. That takes a lot, thank you. I do wonder if I just take these translations out, if it just works, or what it looks like. And so I think that that's going to be my first thing, is just tr equals m AABB. That's going to be my first thing. Is just all of the translations, just remove them. Then see what we get. Okay, immediately everything breaks. everything fucking breaks when we do that. So get rid of that. Get rid of that for sure. Let's just make sure that we didn't break anything else. Okay, we're back to what we had before. Yeah, it does seem like the other sides don't really split. So let's take a look here. We do the same swap size T logic here. Hey, what's up? It is what it is. Good morning. Yeah, you know, they look the same, at least up here, so that's probably fine. How I choose the longest axis, I don't think it would be that. It's probably something a bit more kind of sinister than that. If I had to guess. So working on the skeletal animations today? Kind of not. I got them kind of finished. I can show you what they look like really quick. We've got like kind of full body physics. With procedural head bob. It's gonna be cool. I should add like a sprinting button. I feel like would be kind of cool. Right now, like when you walk into a wall, it like gives like kind of a smooth impulse kind of resolution thing. But yeah, that's kind of what it looks like. Right now I'm trying to fix a bug with the scene BVH appears to have some problems. We don't have this calculate AABB extents for this, with this epsilon there. I don't think that matters though. Free left indices, free right indices. What are these? Oh, we should really get rid of those. Those are old. Those don't even do anything. And here's where we split. I don't know what that was about. No, there's no clamping involved here. A lot of this code doesn't really do anything. I'm kind of too scared to break it, to touch it. But really, I mean, everything looks the same. Before I freak out, let's just like render everything in a loop without doing the recursive thing. Let's just literally render it out in a loop before we freak out. And here we can just do I'm getting hacked. What? No, yeah. This is crazy to me. This is crazy to me how this this is somehow wrong. And I do make the, let's look how I make the AABBs. Let's see. Oh yeah, let's see this, because I skipped over this. I didn't see how I did this. Looks like I do it the same way. God, it's been so long since I looked at this code that, like, God knows what it could be. But it's like we're going down one side of the tree and not the other. We just go down left children all the way. Let's try only building the seed in BVH once and not changing it per frame as well. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Infinity, infinity, dude. If left count is 0 or right child that count. Shouldn't left child first index always be 0? No, it's parent first index, right? Sudo apt at Bruno Mars. What's up? I want to see what the right AABB is. See, we don't get a lot of right AABBs. That's the problem. And we get one that's inf. That is the problem. We get one that is... Oh no, that just means that there's a child there. Because that means that it was just, there was nothing inside of it. Yeah, we may have to go through and start printing stuff. I think that's what we have to start doing. And this left child that count is left count, so that's definitely the same. I should probably test this on other models to see if it's just this model or what. This is gonna print out a lot of shit. Oh, it doesn't actually. Left 19, right 12. Left 11, right 8. 3, 8, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 0, 0, 1. There's never anything on the left when we get into the other side of the tree. This 1912 splits in the beginning, and then this is the 19, so that it goes down the left. 1 left, right 0. 0, 1. 0, 1. 0, 8. 0, 8, 0, 12. So all the way going back up the tree, there's no left children. There's no left children. which is crazy to me. How is it left and right? It's based on the axis, though. If I have to guess, it's that somehow our AABB is not splitting correctly, and it's hard for me to print that out to see. How do I do the, is it parent AABB or something like this? Is that the AABB that we're using? Yeah, we're using parent AABB. How much linear algebra are we talking? A lot. Okay, so when we hit the other side of the tree, (28, 27, 0, 40, 50, 25). This is what we start off with: 29, 40, -1. 28, 27, 0. (28, 27, 0). Why is this? I guess because we build a new BVH after. The center is 6, 12, 12. And then this one is 6, 6, 12. The extents are 34, 45, 13. Why do the extents not go to half on an axis? Well, I'm guessing that the longest axis is this longest axis, and so we're splitting on here. Okay, I mean, let's see then everything that's on the right. This is gonna print out a lot this time. Nice. Nice, yeah. I have to keep working on this. So everything, all of these 12, if we are to believe that this is correct, are actually on the right side of the node. Amber alert. Okay, let's see the left ABB and the right ABB as well. Although we already know this. Alright, so there is no left, of course, since. But if we go to the top here and we check the left versus the right, we should be splitting the extents down this axis. Huh. I think I'm realizing that the tree is actually correct. It just doesn't split enough. It just doesn't split enough. It just is very unlucky. It is incredibly unlucky because it ends up with a right node where it splits on the axis where it can't split. It just can't split. Like this, the longest axis is 37. And all of the centers are exactly on the center, in the center. That's just incredibly unlucky. And here, the longest axis is 34. And all of them are on the side. In fact, let me check something really quick. Yeah, that's tough. That is tough because all the numbers check out. All of the numbers check out. We're splitting, and everything ends up on one side. So I think I should just split more. It is strange though that these extents still go to half. Like this is 39. If we split it in half, you would think that it would actually, go down. But it goes to 37 instead. Yeah, but this is the longest axis. Everything lies on 0, but it still splits at 0. This one we have the same case, 0, 37, and nothing splits. Yeah, why does nothing split? Oh, because it's exactly at center. Oh. Oh, because it all goes to one side. Wait, but... Oh, because I'm only printing out the right children. I'm not printing out the... I need to print out both left and right to see. Yeah, it's... The tree looks okay, but it's splitting weird. The center is at 0, and these all go to the right. And then the problem is that these all going to the right then split on the center again and die. But how does that bounding box work? No, the bounding box is... This is not... This is not the bounding box that we use. This is not the bounding box that we use. We use this one again. Okay, so that's what the bug has to be. This AABB for the right child AABB is not being used. Is not being used. Let's print out the BVH, the AABB down here. Let's print it out down here. It's not using the right one. That's the same one, but it's the wrong one. Here we split into 38.125. And then we end up with 39.405. Do I use AI? Not very often, but I do use it. Yeah, I mean, I don't use any of these things that like write code for you, that sort of thing. I do ask it questions occasionally. What resource do you recommend someone to learn if they want to build a Raycaster game? There's the website. I forget what it's called. It's the Baron website. You may be able to find it by like looking up Baron Raycaster. That's the website that it has the kind of the textbook implementation of a Raycaster. Everybody follows that pretty much to a T. It's the best resource for it. It's the resource for it. So something in here changes the parent AABB. Right equals right child. This is so bizarre. Basically, once it comes out of this side of the recursion, this right child has changed. For whatever reason. Super weird. Super weird. Here's 39.405 again. Somehow, something gets this. Unless I'm not reading it properly, but index right 39.405. Oh, it is 39.405. Is it? Oh, I guess I was just reading it wrong. Oh well. No, I'm just being stupid. God, well. Well, then I guess, the center is 12. The center is 12. This one's 37. Yeah, this one's easy to see because this one kind of makes sense, right? We split into 9 and 37. Yeah, it's so weird that this gets 9 and this gets a whole 37. It's crazy to me. How does it get 37 if everything lies on the same y-axis? Am I not thinking about this correctly, or what? No, these extents cannot be correct. What does calculate ABB extents do? You didn't find the resource? Let me look for it. Maybe I'm misremembering. Okay, maybe it is. His name isn't Baron. Okay, never mind. His name isn't Baron. What would this? Low dev. It's the low dev one. Look up LODEV. LODEV. I don't know why I thought it was Baron. Maybe something made me think about that, but yeah, that's what it is. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Does calculate ABB extents? It does find the center. It does find the center. Min y. Can I write it? Yeah. Let me. Yeah. There you go. That's the name. That is the name. Why am I looking at my phone? I was. This the center is 0, which is correct, but the extents are 37. So the min is 37, negative 37. Negative 37 or 37. Oh, I guess it goes based on the min. And then those are our extents, yeah. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Okay. So we may unfortunately just have a case where it's just very unfortunate. These centers all being 0 is kind of suspicious, though. That is suspicious to me. You know what else? I translate the AABB, but I don't actually transform the AABB. So let's just try this real quick. Let's try to transform AABB by model matrix, and let's replace all of our code with that. And just see if that changes things for us. Let us just see if that changes things for us. But I kind of doubt it because that would change the root as well if that was the problem, but no. Doesn't change anything for us. Thought that might be it actually, but fuck me, I guess. I almost want to draw it to the screen, but that would be really hard to hook up. That would be really hard to hook up. How do we split down the middle in the beginning and then not split again on the right side? It seems like completely ridiculous. Let's just see min y. Let's see min y for the right side, because that's what's kind of eating at me. For when we split with the zeros, the min y is -40, -24, -37. Oh, it's changed now. It is changed now. And this one we split on x. And our center was 6. That's where this started. Yeah, that's difficult. And so for this index, how do we get our center to 6? For left 3, right 8. See, it says that we're -3. Oh no, over here it says 6. No, but this can't be right, because we have right 20 here. We have right 20 and then pass down to 6. $634. But it's right 20. No, we do split now. Split 634. Oh, we split on the 39 axis. It's negative 30 and 0. This ends up as 32, and then the 34 kills us. And then we split on 34 here as well. And everything is... Yeah. We should probably just try all axes. We should probably try all axes. How am I going to do that? Axis tried. Just have a number that we loop through. So we try to split. I guess that's what we have to do. It's incredibly weird though how the left side just splits so nicely and then the right side doesn't split at all. It is quite sucky. I think it's just unfortunate though. Okay, well... I mean, but could this even be causing the issue? Because to go back to the issue, this should still be in the node. Like, even if it was technically degenerate, that would still be in the same node. Oh, did we fix it? Did we fix it? Did we fix it? Did we fix it? I think we did. I think we did. You're gonna rest? Alright. Peace out. I think I fixed it. I think I fixed it when I did the transformation stuff. Even though the BVH doesn't look great, it still works, I believe. So it just has trouble doing the other side of it. I think what fixed it was us doing the transform rather than the translate for it, for the AABPs. I think that's probably what solved it. This transform by model matrix instead of the translate. That probably was what solved it. But we obviously are seeing BVH doesn't look great. And the reason why, I think we just get a really unlucky split. we get a really unlucky split where something splits down the middle and everything is exactly on the border, right? Like we have one that the center is exactly at 6 and our center is 6, so we don't split, which is unfortunate. I don't know if this is good BVH practice to do what I'm about to do, but I think I'm gonna try it. What I'm gonna do is basically make sure that we did split if above some margin. So let's just say if right child dot count greater than split margin or left count greater than, what is the hardest, coding an FPS game or an RTS game engine? I don't know. It depends on how the individual engines are, you know, how difficult they are, you know, what do they have in them, you know. It depends. Why is this mad at me? Oh, because of this. Okay. If we can't leave, okay, if did split, if not did split and can leaf, then you can be a leaf. If not did split and not can leaf, then we have a unique situation in which we have to split. We have to choose another longest axis. And so we're just going to call this function again the way our parent called it. And we're going to call it with a new argument. I just coded a sand simulator. Looking at your code, maybe see what I could do better. Yeah, sure. If you want to send it to me maybe on Discord, I'll be sure to take a look at it later and we could talk about it. Sure, I'm always open to do that. Okay, so if we didn't split and we still can leave, and we couldn't leave because of the margin, then we Honestly, let's have the margin be 1. And now we want to have a thing called int. Axes tried. And then we'll just count. We'll just add 1 each time. And then that axes tried will tell us which one to pick. Let me think. How do I do this? How do I do this? This is kind of nasty what I'm about to do. Did a new course recently. How did I get into it? I made a raycaster first. It was my first thing that I did in terms of 3D for the math. And then from there I just started adding things until I was like making my own engine. So just like part by part. I did lighting first, and I did simple like raycasting lighting. That was all done pre-computed with actual rays, just in spheres. And then I figured out how to DDA, and then occlude, and then do light maps, and then do collision and all of that stuff. But it was really rudimentary at first. Like, you can look back on this channel to the beginning. I would post like a devlog a week in the beginning. And yeah, it was really rudimentary at first with my first engine. Did I learn math? Yeah. I passed a code in Jarvis or any AI model and ask about what are the errors that you have made. There have been times when I've been really frustrated and done that for sure. But honestly, with any error like that, the AI is not going to know what to do. You know what I mean? Sometimes he'll point out something that you couldn't see because you're just like, looking over it and can't figure it out or whatever. And he just like sees the problem. Like, sure, that's happened before. But like 90% of the time, he's not going to really know how to solve it, But he's good for ideas, you know what I mean? Like, if you need ideas and you're implementing something and you need ideas, And this is gross. There's so much branching what I'm doing here. There has to be a better way to do this. This is so disgusting. There has to be a better way of doing this. There probably is. Let me think about it. Yeah, I'm not gonna get it. I could just have a switch case after with it. But really, I mean, it's just kind of gross either way. But yeah, I should probably just like switch case it. You're struggling with the low dev tutorial and rendering walls in my raycasters. Yeah, rendering walls and raycasters is some serious gnarly stuff. It is pretty fun once you get it down though. You know what I mean? It is pretty fun. This is like some gnarly code, I don't know. Dude, this is so gnarly, I don't know. There's definitely a better way to do this. I just don't know the algorithm, so I'm just going to do it like this. I will probably have to change this later, but whatever. This is like the most fucking disgusting branching shit you've ever seen. Okay. Now we just do this for Y and Z. You like my Helix theme and config? Thank you. Thank you a lot. Yeah, this is... I hate it when I write code like this that I know is fucking really awful. That's what we need to do. And now we're just doing X and Z. XC. XC. And then Y and X. That's correct, right? Y, yeah. Yep. Okay, we don't have to look at this code ever again. We really don't. We don't have to keep looking at it. We don't have to think about it that much, okay? Can leaf should also be, we should also say, or axes tried 3, so that if we try every axis and we can't split anymore, then we just exit out. Or is it 2? We'll start at 0. It is 2. Yeah, it is 2. So axes tried will always start at 0. We will subdivide scene BVH and then return straight out. We'll return true, I guess. Yeah. That should do it. This depth +1 is fine, yeah. That should do it, that should do it. Okay. Alright, let's try it. And it fucked up everything apparently. It fucked up everything. Oh no, what did I do? What did I do? Oh wait, hold on a second. I did not mean to have that. I don't think that would cause that bug though. So, yeah. What happened? What happened? What happened? We split left, left, right, right. But we ended up with bounding boxes that have 0 extents. Our first bounding box has 0 extents. Okay. Why? Okay. Our right A, B, B got 0 extents. Okay. Oh, because I commented out calculate A, B, B extents, that's why. That would be why. And now we have a very detailed BVH. Now the disgusting part about this is that it looks like we have some very disgusting fucking things going on in terms of where we've chosen to split, because we have some big meshes in here. I think the problem is that there's nothing that splits it down the middle, and so we just end up fucking having giant things. Alright, yeah, I'll take a look at it, thank you. But it is even on both sides, so there is that. Yeah. There is probably better ways of breaking things up. Like heuristics to split. I should probably look into that. Like, it doesn't split down the middle here because it's just kind of unlucky, and so it doesn't really it splits on the height, which is the problem, so you get these giant boxes that go across. We can probably show clearly what I'm talking about here if we go back to rendering the tree like this. So that we can see the color. And so we can see now the more pink reddish ones are the leaves, and the blue big box is obviously the root node. And so we have some giant leaves. We have some like massive fucking leaves. So yeah, that's insane, dude. Thank you. I mean, it's not really a good thing necessarily. It's kind of messy. It isn't a very clean kind of cut. What I'm trying to see is like, where is the red leaf for all of this stuff? Because the deepest red, there should be a leaf for everything. And it doesn't seem like there is really. I think that there's probably a bug that I introduced when I did this stuff. Have I read any coding books? I've read CSAPP, not to completion, but I like CSAPP, it was fun. No, I guess that all of the leaves aren't going to be red, actually. I'm just being stupid. I'm just being dumb. Not all the leaves would be red. I'm just being stupid. If I wanted to only render the leaves, I would just do if node left is -1 and node right is -1, and then just do this in here. And now we'll only see the leaves. I mean, this isn't going to really tell us much, but these are all of the leaves, which is like really not what you want to see. That's really not what you want to see. There's just like some unlucky splits in here for whatever reason. There's just some really unlucky splits. Since the top is one mesh, it goes all across it. It's hard to really see what's going on. So, but maybe this is fine, I don't know. I should probably benchmark how this scene BVH is in terms of baking the light map. Holy fucking shit. Whoa. That's crazy. Wow. Whoa. Why did that happen? Huh. That's so weird. I've never seen that before. That's bizarre. That is so bizarre. If I had to guess, it's probably because we're malloking and not calloking, and then we don't use count here. That's actually definitely what it is. So that's my bad. I've got to get rid of all these printouts now that we got this figured out. This is using it, right? It isn't. It's hard to benchmark it with my GPU being this volatile. We'll have to benchmark it later, but safe to say you're probably not saving much time going through this BVH. I'm not going to lie. But whatever, at least we fixed the problem. The next problem I want to test and try to look at is I want to see why the floor texels are so big compared to the walls and stuff. The floor texels are so massive. Like, look at this compared to the walls. And so I think there needs to be some tweaking to my UV math stuff. So let's go do that. Let's also not forget to init the scene BVH again and again. And now I'm going to 100% guess that re-establishing the scene BVH is going to be expensive now, and probably make us very slow. So, because now we're doing it to a very high depth all the time. Also, I apparently forgot to get rid of some printout here. Something somewhere. I also got rid of this again. Oops. Whoopsies. Okay. So yeah, we are taking 6 milliseconds to rebuild the static BVH, which is, it makes sense. It's something that we need to do only on init, and this is why we need to end up having 2 BVHs, one for static and one for dynamic. We don't have that currently, so I need to do that because we're gonna get to a point here where it's just not possible for us to keep going. And so it's important for us to now take a look at, I think, the texels. I want to take a look at the texels. Let's get rid of our debug render BVH. No point in seeing that right now. We can go and test the really quick. What do I need that BVH for? Everything. Collision, obviously, the light map, every ray that hits a surface, right? It's faster to traverse the BVH rather than obviously test every single mesh. So that's like the main purpose of it, is to is to just make things faster, especially like collision. Once you have like a bunch of physics objects, right, you cut out a lot of time by just having things test only the stuff that they're around. Unfortunately, with a BVH like that, with the unfortunate kind of splits that happen there, you're not getting a lot of value out of it. But basically you have that BVH, and then over each mesh we have another BVH, right? We have the BVH of every triangle that happens also on it. And so you could see that as well, but I don't have that set up, right? But we could show that. I mean, it would lag the computer a lot, but if you want to see what that looks like, we should set this up just so that we can look at it later, but we can call render BVH on just those nodes. Oh yeah, I don't have this set up because it's just gonna do the mesh at the mesh location and not transformed by the mesh node, which, yeah, so unfortunately we don't have that set up. But technically, okay, this might end up being a little bit here that I have to, if mn mesh equals -1, continue, and then get the meshes mn mesh, and then get the nodes from the m nodes BVH node, and then hook it up into here. And then the only thing we would have to do, the only thing that we would then have to do would be to go in here and then basically take in a thing, a transform, and then pass it into here. Are you ray tracing or classic raster rendering? I ray trace offline to compute all the indirect, and then during real time I do BRDF real time lighting, but I don't have any real time ray tracing. It's just not available on my hardware. I have a 1050 mobile, so it's just not what I'm able to do. I wish one day. Okay, and this should technically do it. Now this is gonna lag our computer a lot, but I can probably show what I'm talking about here. So this is the BVH over the meshes. So obviously we have some bugs, but you can start to see, so over here for example, right, this is every single triangle has spots in the BVH. You see? Now obviously the floor is made out of massive triangles, so those don't have like as much detail. But obviously the scene BVH goes over this one, and then this one has the more fine comparisons that happen. But obviously we have some bugs with rendering it right now because I just wrote that quickly. But yeah, when I wrote the first raycast, I did write it in the trigonometry, the camera plane method. I probably did it in the camera plane method. I can't really remember. I don't think I understood the logic fully. I also didn't really do stairs or anything like that, right? So it was all just 2D like Wolfenstein style. I definitely didn't understand it, and I definitely didn't understand it as good as I know, programming and computer graphics now, that's for sure. That is for sure. Oh, I only did the children, so maybe it's weird. Yeah, I'm not sure why this doesn't work, I really don't know. Maybe that tree also needs to do more splits. I don't really know. Yeah, it's having trouble drawing it. That's a shame. Don't know why. It's probably something that I'm not thinking about. Maybe that it might just run out of, it probably just runs out of fucking space. It probably literally runs out of space. This buffer probably runs out of space because we have it as immutable storage, and I set it to a really massive value, but it's obviously not massive enough for what I'm trying to do here. Like, this is 1024 times 3 times debug vertex. We have way more than that. What this really needs to be is like probably like possibly like 20,000. When did I start working on this? Probably like 2 months ago. Yeah, there we go. There we go. So now you can see the detail of the mesh BVH versus the scene BVH. So here you can see literally every single triangle gets a home. And so that's why you need the scene BVH, because you need something so that you aren't walking into all of this, you know what I mean? So that's why it's important. Yeah, this is so sick. It's actually surprising. This isn't actually even that laggy to draw all of this, which is kind of surprising. I'm surprised it doesn't look kind of shitty. It looks kind of fine, actually. It's kind of definitely speaking to Anna's modeling skill, to be honest, that there's no kind of wonky topology. Like, my shit would just be absolutely whack, I can promise you. But also to prove exactly what I was saying with the fact that this ground is literally just one huge triangle, which is why it which is why the texels, what I was about to do, the texels are messed up. So we do this in UV space, but I think that maybe instead of UV space, we should just be working in in real units. Like, I don't know why I didn't do it in units. I think I originally started in units, but then I stopped, and so I'm thinking that yeah, this stuff I'm not really sure about, to be honest. Because if I dot the subtraction, isn't this already scaled with distance? That's what I'm confused about. This is, yeah. But for those triangles, for the ground triangles, it's simply not getting a lot, which is weird. But it should be. This MF's tries 0 is kind of weird, isn't it? Is tries the island tries? Tries is UVI tries. So I guess it's fine, yeah. Because we just do this here. Maybe this isn't something that I can solve today. Yeah, these texels are just massive. Just absolutely massive. I could just scale it by the size of the island, but that feels so weird. I think that that's what I used to do in the old engine. But I don't think that that's the way you're supposed to do it. I think you're just supposed to do it like this. Yeah, I mean, the only way to test this would to actually like take the model apart, which is something that I don't really want to do. Like, that's kind of painful, I feel like. But I feel like that would help. Like, just knowing what the actual numbers are. So it might be a good idea to actually do that. So I think I'll just do that now. Take the model apart, just piece by piece. Just like get rid of the big parts of the castle. And then import GLTF untitled assets. Why did it take me so long to get that? Castle. Okay, so let's save this as Castle 2, and let's just so we can kind of see here that the big pain in terms of the BVH is this one wall. This one wall prevents everything else from not splitting, I'm pretty sure. So that one wall fucks everything up. So in terms of the BVH, that's what's going on. So let's just toggle. Can I toggle visibility on all of this just at once? That would be awesome. Please. Dude, are you serious? That there's no way for me to do that? There definitely is. But I don't know the method. Okay, so let's just get everything on the top floor. And let's only deal with a portion of the model so that we can only deal with this bottom portion because we're just doing UV work anyway. So let's just export this. Is this the one with visible? Yeah, exactly. So we want to put it in here, castle2.gltf, and let's see if this helps us debug properly. Castle 2. Okay. Okay, so now we have a lot less stuff so that we can it also is very far down. It's also something that I noticed. So I'm not sure what the fuck that is. Why is that a thing? Did I fuck up the normals or something? It seems like I did. I think I fucked up the normals bad. No. What is that? Is that AO? Is that just the AO being funky? No. What the fuck is that? What? It might be the focus factor or whatever the fuck. Oh no, but that would be in a radiance. I wonder if I somehow fucked up the materials or something. Who knows? Anyway, we can see the thing. Yeah, this is weird. This is very weird. No, yeah, it has to do with probably the arm. Let's just hard code roughness and metallic. Okay, it's not that either. Okay, well, it's the indirect calc that happens. KD indirect. Huh. Yeah, I mean it has to be the normal. But it's not. I probably fucked everything up when I rotated it. That's probably what happened. Is that all the tangents got fucked up. That's what it probably is. I probably need to like do object apply rotation and then re-export it. Okay, there we go. Okay, that was weird. That was weird, but whatever. So now you can see how big the texels are for the ground versus the walls. Let's also undo everything I just did. Okay. Okay, tricky here, tricky. So the whole reason I wanted to see this was I wanted to see like how much we're actually getting for the ground versus these triangles, just to see like these, like how many triangles are we talking here. This is 2000, so this is still a lot of tries. Honestly, let's just export with just one wall. I think I'm just gonna get rid of everything but one wall. And then we just want to print out the ranges for every island. Okay, just to see what they are. Okay. So the floors I'm gonna guess are the 16, 16, 33, 33. This is really interesting. These texels are so stretched. Yeah, it's kind of hard to debug this because how am I supposed to actually know? Like, these are so stretched, it's insane. Maybe there's a reason for it, I don't know. Really long triangles. This has to be the floor. What is my texels per UV unit? We have it set it to 2. Let's not only see this, let's see just see the inner width and the inner height, see what we're working with. There isn't actually like a lot printing out, so I'm going to just go ahead and view the actual UVs. Oh my god, what the fuck? Okay, so let's go take a look. Let us go take a look. Okay. So for what we're gonna assume are the walls. Well, those are degenerate UVs. These are also degenerate UVs. Does everything... No. Not everything has degenerate UVs. Most things don't, yeah. But like here, for instance. So there's nothing in V for these. They just don't get enough in V. And that's why we had it at 2 before. I think that this was the whole reason why we had that at 2, because things just kept going to 0. Yeah, now things stop being degenerate. Because once you have 2, then it gives enough space. Let me just see if that fixes the issue. No. No, yeah, this is still has so much Chexel density versus the rest. So what I can test is I could just say if range U greater than or equal to 16, just to hard code test it in, then range U times 2 times 4, okay, and then let's try it also for V, and let's see what this looks like. Huh. Underneath. Huh. Oh, we ran out of space. We ran out of space when I tried to allocate it. Does that happen with 4 as well? No. So I guess that's not the ground. I'm guessing that that's not the ground then. So then less than 16 then, just to see. Is that better? I have no clue. I mean, like, how much would I have to multiply this by? Also, what is the darkening when we... What is that? Does anything print out? Huh. That's weird. Let's investigate that real quick. Okay. It's in the direct lighting calc. It's like the skybox goes dark. What? I think it's actually post-processing. Wow, it actually kind of looks good with no post-processing. Okay, so it is. It's something weird with the exposure. Whatever. At this point, I might just color the texels random colors and then see. Can I do that? Does that work? Okay, it didn't seem to work, to be completely honest. Rand should give me a float between 0 and 1 now. Oh, I just realized that I commented that out. So that would be why we didn't get any random colors. No, I doubt that this is it, but yeah. The texels are just big. The texels are just big. It's strange because even if I multiply by some factor, they don't get. They don't change. Oh, because of the rain. Yeah. Yeah, you need to change everything though. But you can't just change the range raw, because then you divide by the range at the end. So that's just going to make the norm u really small. No, yeah, you have to actually bring the range down. Ah, yikes. Yikes. Yeah, you need to do this. You need to do this cheat after this. You need to do that after that. Okay, there we go. There we go. We have some big problems because we probably ran out of space on our UV light map or something. Oh, because they're not allocating properly anymore. They're not allocating properly anymore. This might help. There we go. There we go. Now, how do I derive M factor? By the actual island bounds? By the actual island bounds, probably. So let's get a bounding box for the actual full island then. And then get the full surface area of it. How do I do that? I can just add up the area of all the triangles. And then we'd probably have to figure this out ourselves. For, you know, just calculate it somehow. Let's try this. Try 24. That is not half bad. That is not half bad. But definitely isn't even. Now some of those just don't get a lot. Maybe having a flat factor just isn't good. Didn't I have like an old function in the old code base possibly? Square root of the area times this. I did copy that from somewhere. Times what? Times the texels per unit. The square root of the area. We can try it. If I could get by. Oh, that's pretty even. Oh, that's pretty even. Oh yeah, that's definitely, yeah. Square root is definitely the way you want to go with it. Now, that is pretty insane, the texel density though, for 2 texels per UV unit. That is pretty fucking insane. Like, I'm not crazy though. That's fucking insane. What I did in the old engine was I didn't do this range U. It was just that. Which I doubt that this is correct. Yeah, this is not good. Maybe we just divide it by 2 or something. Like, I don't know. Because now it's just too big. Though I guess you could just like artificially just change your texels per UV unit to, you know, now account for it. But yeah, even that is kind of the texel density is just kind of crazy. Even with 1. that nothing could go wrong. You know, it's okay for things to have differing sizes, I think. It's like not the end of the world, though it does kind of suck. But whatever. I'll figure it out later. What matters is that we got something out of it. We got something. We got something out of it, at least. I thought that I was wrong. Thought that nothing could go wrong. But I was wrong. Okay, let's bring the rest of the castle back in and then see what we got going on. Thought that nothing could go wrong. Good work, good work, good work. We got it figured out, I think. Partially, maybe. You have to let it linger. Oh my god, I fucking forgot to get rid of those printouts. Yeah, I'm glad that I took apart the model and figured that out, because if I didn't, then we would have been here for forever with those printouts. So I'm glad that I just did what I needed to do, took care of it. Are the probes on? The probes are not on. Yikes. 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 Yeah. 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 Yeah, now it takes a long time to bake. Now it does take quite a bit to bake it. That is very true. That is very, very, very true. That is painfully true. Hey, what's up, Rush? Yeah, now it takes forever to bake. Oh wow, the floor doesn't even get texel density here. Oh, and this gets like 1 texel. Oh fuck. Oh, we fucked things up. Oh, we ran out of space. 100% we ran out of space. Shit. Man. This is what I was saying. This is what I was saying. Let's try it at 0.1. Something like this. What have we done? What have we done? Okay, well 0.1 is really dog shit, to be honest. So yeah, that's gonna be a no for me. Why does it not work? Maybe we needed to leave this like this. Or maybe make it even smaller, I don't know. What's the game? I'm working on the engine right now. Out of space, yeah. Yeah. I hear you, fellow. I hear you, fellow. It's gonna be an RPG, but with realistic movement and things like this. Yeah, see, the ground gets no texels. No texels. So maybe this does have to go to 1.0f and then like 2.0f and then just bring the texels down for everything. Yeah, this is hard. I'm working on the lightmap UVs right now. The scaling on them is weird. The ground should really get as much as the walls, right? But that doesn't seem to be the case right now, because the ground triangles are massive, right? Now, it is fair that, like, you wouldn't really have a model like this probably in a game necessarily, but, you know, with, like, massive stretches of ground that are that big. But fuck. Yeah, it's the ground that just doesn't get anything. It's so weird because we just ran this with the ground and the ground got enough. Like if we do our test back on this asset with these settings, I'm absolutely sure that the ground won't get that see, the ground gets more here. The ground gets more there. What's different with our asset? What's different with our asset than the other one? Other than there just being more meshes. Our light map doesn't actually care about the space, so why would the try area be different? What, like, why would this be different? Maybe the islands are different. Do we have any... No, I mean the ground is just the ground in this model. The ground is just the ground, and all of our meshes are unwrapped separately. So unless somehow the ground is just the ground here. Where's the function that calls that? I think I moved it down here. Build UV islands, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't see why that would change anything. I don't know. That's weird, that's weird, that's very weird. What could be different? Let's open. Let's literally see it. Let's import the model and then see it again. Because that's really weird. Let's not touch anything. Just do RX 270. Save it as and then apply rotation, and then let's just try exporting it. Because, I mean, I'm just gonna lose my mind if the texels don't line up. It's like, why do the texels not? Castle 3 not found. Tell me I exported it into the assets folder. I did. What? Oh, I called it cast. Oh, my bad. I just misspelled it. Okay. Let me see this. Yeah, so it's literally just, for whatever reason, it's just that export of the model that doesn't want to have that texel density. So it's actually just completely not on what we just wrote. I mean, the texel density in here is still not good, but yeah. but it's still sane and kind of I'm just trying to make it even. I want to make it even. That's my goal here. Okay, well I did a bad job at making it even, I guess. I don't fucking know. I feel like I'm gonna break it if I multiply that. Yeah, out of space. What did I say? Yeah, that's not so bad. That's not so bad. The real pain is that all of this stuff gets clamped to 2. And so, yeah. It all gets clamped to 2 because everything has to have at least 2. Or else it's degenerate. So, a lot of these things just get clamped. Like the triangles on these are actually completely sane. Don't look at the lawn. The lawn is completely fucked. Like, I don't know. I'm out of space. And we're out of space. Yeah, this thing takes forever to bake now with that fixed. Like, Jesus, dude. Like, holy moly, that took forever. Two and a half meeting? There were 2.5 of them? Oh, that's rough. Yeah, this shit takes forever to bake now. Like, no joke. Holy fucking shit, the lag. I'm pretty sure that my GPU is just mad at me. What the fuck? Oh, we hit a non. Oh my god, we hit a non. Oh, the rare non. Shit. Wait, we did it again. Wait, what? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, there's a bug, there's a bug. What the fuck is that? Is it when we fall? Or is it just the grass? What? I think it's just the grass. I think it's just the grass. What? Why does the grass make us explode? That's crazy. That's insane. What the fuck? What is up with the grass? What is wrong with the grass, bro? Active objects has non-uniform scale. Yeah, but like, what's up with the grass? There's nothing different about it, bro. The transforms are fine. These are like normal triangles, bro. What? The fuck are we talking about, bro? So how are we gonna debug this? I'm guessing we have nons. Something that we can try is just not do the just fly into it, and we still get the non. So it has nothing to do with our funny moving stuff. It's literally just instant non. Holy shit. What the fuck? How do I even debug that? Like, all right, I think it's got to be the normal, right? Right. So if it's a static mesh and we're resolving it, let's see the collision point, I guess. Let's go print vec3n pt a. Let's printf the d. If I had to guess, the d is like 1,000,000. And let's print the normal. That one's, I need that one. Very important. I don't know why that's not coming up. There it is. Okay, so let's just see what we will see. And I'm going to guarantee that one of these things is not right. So what? Bro, they all look normal. Bro, it looks normal. What? What? But it can't be normal. Bro, there has to be something wrong with that collision point. There's no way. What? What the fuck are we talking about? I didn't try point B, but I don't even think we used point B. What else is in here? None of that matters. Tangent impulse, bias impulse. The fuck? Let's just see what the vel is. What our velocity is. Yeah, our velocity goes to none, bro. But like, why is point B just dog shit? Why is B dog shit? Alright, we gotta do this shit, I guess. I don't wanna do it, I don't wanna do it, I don't wanna do it. I don't wanna do this. Fuck. Yo, what's up, Kin? Nice to see you. Hopefully today's a better day than yesterday. We don't talk about yesterday. Wait, hold on a second. I use inverse world, but I never actually set up inverse world, do I? No, I don't. No, I don't. No, I don't. And I guarantee you that that's what it is. We need to rotate it. We need to rotate it. Because that mat 3 is all zeros. Wait, but we don't even use angular. Ah, so that can't even be the thing. Fuck. There are some nons in here, and we're gonna find them. We have to find them. I got this, thank you. I appreciate that. You see the cam pause, I guess? We should really be seeing them before we go into here, to be honest. Just so that we know we're not going crazy here. We also want to see the player.pc center of mass. That's a classic. We got to see that as well. It's just one bug after the other, to be honest. It's like, when are we going to be out of bugs? Huh? Okay, so here our velocity is sane. We have no nons. There are no nons here. No nons, and then non. Where did the nons come from, though? Our center of mass is 0, 0, 0. That makes perfect sense, bro. Well, maybe not, actually. Our init player should set up a center of mass. Init player PC should set up a center of mass that is that is this, actually. That should be our center of mass. I had that written down, and then I think we just... Okay, we still got nons. We still got nons. Okay, so I printed out literally everything that could give us a non, and still we don't have any clarity. So, unless it's PCA restitution, which I guess technically could be, or the normal bias impulse, all of this stuff, it could also be this. There's a lot of things it could be. You know, there's a lot of fucking values that go into the physics calculation, you know? There really is. There's a whole bunch. The bias impulse isn't actually even used, is it? Somebody's gonna come in here and tell me to use a debugger soon. That's what's gonna happen. I'm calling it. I'm calling it. We didn't check our mass, did we? But our mass has to have a value. There's no way we don't have a mass. But let's just print it out anyway, huh? Okay, let's just print it out anyway. Why not? The restitution, I mean, like, really. Let's just give this a shot now. Use a debugger. Thank you. I really appreciate you and all of your lovely... Okay, well, this would have to be a bit of a problem. That would have to be a bit of a problem. Why don't we set that to 0, bro? Why don't we set that to 0 when we get the PC? I think I set a lot of things to 0, but I don't actually, or do we? When we traverse collision BVH, I thought I set things to 0 here. I'm pretty sure that I do somewhere. Oh, I mem set it to 0 times max player contacts. Oh, you know what? This is probably a fake. This is a fake bug because we don't use bias impulse, so it just accumulates, but we don't even use it in the function. So that's just fake, I think. The answer is to rewrite everything as Rust. You're telling me. You and 20 other people in this chat are telling me. Every day to rewrite it in Rust. The normal is infinity. That's the problem. The normal is infinity. The normal impulse is infinity, which is really fucking stupid. It makes 0 sense because we mem set it to 0. We mem set it to 0. You're crazy? Like, what the fuck are we smoking? I want to see this up here just so that I can see it with my own eyes. What IDE am I using? I'm not using an IDE. I'm using Helix. Okay, chill. I forgot to put a new line. As I expected, they are 0 because I mem set it to 0. And we're all happy-go-lucky until we hit here and it's infinity. Okay, so what probably happens is that when we send it in to get the collision, we inside of here do this, and then we forget to set it. We copy it raw. So yeah, this was a very old bug that somehow wasn't a didn't cause any problems until now, which is surprising because it's only the fucking grass for whatever like random memory reason that caused it for us to be graced with its presence. So thank you, grass, for keeping my ego in check. I'm gonna leave this here just in case we have to experience it again. Thank you, grass, for keeping me in check, not letting my head get too big for my britches. You know, it's cutting me down to size. Thanks, grass. Thank you, grass. I wonder why the render time goes up when I enter no clipping mode. The cam BVH goes to 5, which is crazy. I don't know why that is. Never run anything with serious in Rust. Yeah, I made a chess engine in Rust. It was alright. Rust is alright. It's like, I don't really hate it. I hate other newer languages though, but I think Rust is alright. What gets run when player no clip is on? It's all in input. If player no clip, resolve collisions. Are you telling me that resolve collisions is that expensive? Maybe it is. Maybe it is that expensive. Because our player find collision doesn't actually use the scene BVH, which it needs to. I was just too lazy to do it. Oh, also we don't use the mesh BVH, so we don't use either BVHs, so that's why it's taking 6. What newer language do I dislike? I'll probably get like murdered. I don't like talking about things that I dislike because I don't like hurting people's feelings. So I try to avoid it. And also, I'm not like one of these like coding fucking grifters that have like strong opinions about everything for no fucking reason. I don't really give a shit about anything because I just like writing code. So I don't really care about shit like languages in the first place. Like I don't really care what you use to code as long as you're like coding good things. You know what I mean? Like I don't really care what you use to make it. But I don't get the point of like the newer languages that are just like C with different syntax. Like, I don't get why we have to have like Zig. I don't get why we have to have Nim. I don't get why we have to have like Odin. I don't get those. I just simply don't get it. I've read up on them. You know, I think it's kind of cool what they have going on, right? But it's like, why would you ever choose the language that just doesn't have good compilers? Like, I just don't get like the point of it, really. It just seems like the new cool thing, like the hot topic to talk about, but it doesn't actually seem to have much like use. That would be my kind of thing with it. But I mean, like I said, I don't really like, if somebody like showed me an engine that they made in like fucking whatever language, like, then I would be like, oh dude, that's a really sick engine, you know what I mean? So I don't really like care that much. But then again, I've had people that, like, you know, have said mean things to me just because I prefer to use C. Like, this one like Zoomer just fucking said to me like, there are no good C programmers because the language isn't expressive enough. Like, what type of moronic fucking idiotic statement is that? And I hear this shit like all the time by people that use these newer languages, right? And that makes me hate them even more, you know what I mean? Like, it just, that shit just bothers me, you know? So that guy said that to me. like what the fuck? Like, how rude, knowing that I'm a C programmer, to say that to me is so rude. He said, like, hot take, there are no good C like, what the fuck are you talking about? And it's like, you can tell that these people are just young and egotistical. Like, they're just young, right? Like, when I was young, I was the same way about like music and art. And like, I was like the same way. I was like super pretentious, even though I didn't know anything, right? And I like had strong opinions about, like, you know, pretentious shit in art, right? And like film and all of it. And I went to art school, got schooled by the people there, and like learned my place, and learned how to be authentic, right? You do that like once you're like 19 to like 23, in that age range. You know, if figure out, okay, this is actually what I believe, you know what I mean? Like, when you're a teenager, you don't really have beliefs. I think, like, you know, you just haven't figured it out yet, and so you just like repeat the shit that you hear. And so I get a lot of those you know, especially since I'm streaming and stuff, I have to interact with a lot of that shit all the time, you know. Conveniences that make my code less verbose. Yeah. I don't think that Odin, there's anything wrong about it necessarily. I just dislike the dogmatism about, you know, and the language is better just because it has, you know, more, you know, friendly syntax and gets rid of boilerplate or whatever. I also hate the argument that like C is unsafe. Like, that's such a lame argument. I'm sorry. Like, it's just I hate the C is unsafe argument. Is like my least favorite thing. As somebody that's written a lot of C, right? It's like, most of the bugs you're gonna run into in C are just you instantly seg faulting, right? Like, so like a lot of the arguments about that is just so dumb. Strong types, yeah. I mean, that's something that definitely, you know, could be improved, yeah. Yeah, yeah. It's also the one thing that I almost don't like about Rust is that I think like it's just a bad language to learn low level programming with. That's something that I also like. I think Rust is cool. I enjoyed writing Rust, but I think it just doesn't teach you. Same thing with C++. If anybody would tell me like, "Oh, I want to learn a low level language," I would just say C, because you actually learn what a pointer is. You know what I mean? Like when I tried to learn like C++, like modern C++, it was crazy. You know, the practices that people get used to doing. Like just doing a bunch of pushback bullshit when there's no need for it. You know, like people, it's the same thing. Like back when I was like a teenager in computer science, is like people would just use array lists when we were learning Java. Just once we learned array lists, everybody would just use array lists. Like, dude, like do not like fucking have any concept. Like, I don't know. It's like it. But you know, I go on the internet and I see these exercises and people's solutions to the exercises, and it's just a bunch of vector bullshit. And it's like, dude, like, like why? Like, there's no purpose. What do I think about Go? I think Go is cool. I don't know much about Go, to be honest, but a lot of cool people that I know like Go, so I'm pretty sure it's cool. I'm pretty sure that it's garbage collected, though. But, you know, I just obviously don't really like garbage collected languages in general, but I mean, they have their place for sure, but you know, as for like using them, I would never, like any of my projects I would never use. So make UI for animations. Yeah. I mean, that's what I've heard about it. Is it's kind of like the systems programmers garbage collected language or whatever, you know. So I get it. I do get it. I don't really hate garbage collected languages. I've written a bit of that code myself, but I talk about I talk about things like just like if I would use them, sort of thing, and you know, I don't know. For me, C is incredibly fast to write. But maybe that's just because I know my way around C so much now that it's just like, you know, it's just incredibly fast to write whatever I want in C. Yeah, the UI for animations is going to be tough. Where did I learn C? On my own. In this room. Writing a lot of code. When we hit a mesh node, we have a button that mn-ent entity menu, and then set the PC in if PC. We also need one for an animation component. So let's do this. We also need to do the same thing for lights, because lights also have an animation component. Yeah. Then it probably needs to have its own window then. What is the essence of programming coding? Well, I don't know. I've never had a programming job, so I probably have a bad idea of what the essence of programming and coding is, to be honest, you know. I don't know. Like the only, you know, experience I have is working alone on my own projects in a room, you know. But the essence for me would be you know, thinking, you know, having some idea of something and then, you know, just making it, right? Like the first thing that got me addicted to programming was like once I learned what arrays were and like for loops and like, you know, just like modulus and things, like when I was first learning programming. And then one day I just sat down and I was like, okay, let's just make Minesweeper, you know. And I stayed up all, you know, late when I was a teenager and I made Minesweeper. And then I came back to school and then I showed my teacher or whatever, you know, and she thought that it was pretty cool, you know. And then I figured out a way how to like make a solver for it and stuff like this, right? So like that, being able to like have an idea and then have all of the tools already ready in your brain that you can like implement something and like create something, that's like the essence of programming, right? It's like the same thing as like, you know, any craftsmanship. Like I think of it as like a trade. Like my dad's like a carpenter, right? And so when he like has to make a cabinet or a table or something like that, like he just has the idea of the table and, you know, and then he just has all of the tools at his disposal to make it. You know what I mean? Like I think that's the essence of it. It's like that's the fun part of programming. You know what I mean? Like it's like that great feeling of just like being able to just like be in the zone and then just like, you know, just create, you know. It's so cool. But I think of it as like a trade like that, like carpentry, like anything like that. I think of it the same way as I think programming. Like it's a craft, you know. It's about the creation thing. It's not like any of these white collar jobs, like fucking business or like finance or advertising or, you know, any of these sorts of things. I also don't think it's like other engineering fields. Like I disagree that it's like, you know, I had internships at engineering, like, you know, wastewater engineering and things like this, and, you know, architecting, and all that shit is like totally more mechanical than programming, right? And so I think of it as more of a trade. You know what I mean? But that's just you know, that's just my personal experience with it. I'm sure that people, like a lot of my friends that have programming jobs, right, they like hate the bureaucracy and that they're forced to use AI and that their bosses don't care about them, you know. And so it's like more of like a white collar thing for them. But that's why I like probably have a different view, right? But yeah, the tricky thing is you probably want a different menu to open when we have one of these things. And so actually, like the craziest thing is that you probably want to actually just have a button that says open the window, and then we have a separate menu for the animation component, because we also have animation components for lights and things like this. So I'm guessing that using the pointer in this case is probably bad. And spending days in college agreeing on which to be built. Yeah, I mean that's probably, I don't know. Like my idea of like a programming job is that there's not a lot of programming that gets done. You know what I mean? Which kind of probably sucks, but yeah, I think that we just have to, I mean, I hate to have like so many menus. I hate the amount of menus that we fucking have. But we need a separate menu for the component types, which is shitty, but whatever. We should also give a physics component menu open. The reason why is because lights could also have physics components later. Like, it's not just a raw mesh node thing. Technically, you could just like have an entity menu that has all of the components laid out in it, and so that's probably what I'll do instead. Yeah, let's just have an entity menu then, and then that'll have all of the components laid out. I think that's like the best idea. Yeah, it's not fun though. It for sure isn't fun. And then we can choose to select an entity, and then we'll just be able to select a mesh node entity if it's here. And we can have just a NK button label. That's how you do it. Please listening to the ideas guy. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I've heard, but I don't know. Yeah, that's gotta suck. But for now, let's just do this, and then selected ent ID equals the ent ID. And we will automatically open the entity menu open. Yeah, and so we'll get rid of this and then put it in a new menu. It sucks to have to do it, but it is what we have to do. And we'll never go out of bounds here because it's all stack allocated, so I don't have to worry about it. Having a lot of menus is so annoying. Like, I got away with not having a lot in my last engine, but it kind of is somewhat necessary. I want to put this one on the bottom of the screen because we don't have a menu that's on the bottom of the screen yet. And I want to copy the one that's on the top of the screen probably, and then just make it on the bottom because it'll be similar bounds. So this is width height, and so we want the Y. This was at 20, so we probably want it to be screen height minus whatever the Y is, which is 300. Probably 320 since we're doing 20. Yeah. And then we will get the entity and then show the PC in the AC. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Let us not do that. I did say if not ent free, Actually, we should wrap it. We should wrap it. It's kind of annoying though. Oh, bro. I guess we could do and not ent free. Does that work? I don't even know if that works. What IDE? This is Helix. I'm almost forgetting that I broke the kettle this morning. I've almost forgotten it, but I just remembered that I broke the kettle this morning, and that made me very sad again. God fucking damn it, I just broke the kettle this morning. I woke up, made my coffee, put the kettle down to dry, and it rolled off the counter and then broke. So, I'm kind of pissed off that I did that. But it's alright, it's alright. I don't... Does this work? We still have to call NK end. I think that you can just do that and it's fine. And it won't open the menu. No, it will open the menu. God fucking damn it. I don't want to have to wrap this in another conditional. That sounds fucking awful. Oh my god. Just... No, you don't want to do this. We're gonna wrap it. We're gonna wrap it, I think. The way around this would just to be another function. Just have another function that just does this. Just does this menu. In fact, we should probably just do that. Okay, so let's just do that. Let's just do that, so that we don't have to wrap this in an if statement and get pissed off, because I don't wanna do that. I don't wanna have to nest things 3 times just to open a fucking menu, because that just seems fucking terrible. Not gonna lie. Blaming Zeus? Why? Why would I blame Zeus? Okay, we should really put these all in different functions. That would be pretty sick. Okay, there we go. There we go. We don't have to freak out about it anymore. And now let's just straight up just like copy all of what I did here into the entity menu, and there we go. So we don't have to worry about the ent not being free. And then we get the PC and the AC, and we do that, do the 2, and we're finally at where we need to be for the broken kettle. Oh, yeah, I almost forgot about it that time, so thanks for reminding me again. Yeah, the nesting would have been crazy on this if we didn't do the fucking thing, so I'm happy about that I fucking did that. So We should have a button here that makes a physics component. We can do that when I care about that, but right now I don't really give a shit, to be honest. What is in a animation component? Oh my god, I just realized what we're actually doing. I totally forgot that this was gonna be annoying. Oh no, oh no, no, no. Alright, I'm gonna use the bathroom, so I'll be back in a sec. Okay, I'm back. Okay. Stop thinking about the fucking kettle. Holy shit, stop thinking about it, you fucking freak. Just shut up. Stop thinking about the kettle. Jeez. It's like, it just doesn't stop fucking thinking about the kettle. I mean, seriously. If NK button label add track, then we will add a track. Hey, what's up, Source? How are you? Track count, absolutely. Do tracks, yeah, there we go. Okay, so now we have the number of tracks and we can add a track, but now we need to actually go into the tracks and then show what the tracks are. And so, what's about the game? I'm still working on the engine for the game. It's going to be an RPG where you fight things with what you believe in. It's going to have a realistic movement system, physics system, but that has nothing to do with the gameplay. So the gameplay is going to be turn-based. Combat in the style of Wizardry 8. That's at least the way that I have it figured out in my head. Terribly lot of code I have to write. Terribly lot. Very terribly lot. Oh, that's cursed. That's cursed, actually. That's so fucking cursed. You do. Oh yeah, so let's just, how many do I have of this? Four. Okay. So let's just do, uh, yeah. Or can you do this? No, you can't. Well, there probably is a way to do that, but that's whatever, I guess. What are the types? Float, vec3, int, and bool. In normal dev stream and dev streaming time is very different. I live in America and it's 11 a.m. I don't think that that's very weird, personally. Or maybe you're saying that it's normal. Do I know Tokyo Spliff? Yeah, he's been in here. We've talked before. He's pretty chill. He's a cool guy. Okay. Is it max -1? No, it's fine. It's that. Okay, so we want to have the same thing with the keyframes. Oh, I knew that this was gonna kind of be a pain in the ass, but I didn't really think that it would be such a pain in the ass. You know what I mean? Well, I mean, it's not really that bad. It's just kind of mentally taxing to do all of this, you know. Coding is cool, but I can't understand the language. You mean C? Do you code in a different language? Okay, so adding the keyframe, we want to just simply kf count plus plus, and that'd be that simple. What else do we have to do? Current time, duration, loop. Oh, the data. Yeah, I don't really know how to change the data. I'm not gonna lie. That's kind of hard. I'd have to expose some stuff. That would be complicated. I could do that part in JSON and then just do the editing in here. That would probably be the simplest way. So we can just do the duration and if it's a loop and if it's active. So yeah, that is an NK property F. Oh, and since this is multiple of them, we have to actually get dr. Let's put in duration for the track, because each in nuclear everything has to have its own name, so otherwise things are bad. I don't know what max is. 10,000. Let's step 0.01f. 0.01f. And then okay. Now we have two. Does NK option label work? I think it does. I think that's what you use. I don't really remember how this works though. Do I have another NK option label? Equals 1. Okay. If it equals 1. So T loop is 1. Hold on. And you want to do the same thing for active. Okay, and now we just have to go within the keyframes. And then change the time for the keyframes and the val, which is going to be a bit tricky. Let's do it before anything else so that we don't break anything. Int j t kf count. I really regret not making that kf. Okay, so we want to switch on the type. See, I knew that we were going to be fucking I knew that we were going to be nesting a lot, and that's why I made this its own function, because otherwise it would have been fucking awful. It would have been fucking terrible if we if we didn't do this. Like, it would have been horrible, by the way. It would have been fucking horrible. I'm so glad we made it a function, because we would have been nested like over here. If otherwise, like, it would have been so bad. It would have been so bad. I think I should finish the stream with doing some modeling and asset making. I think that's what I'm going to start doing more often, because we're kind of getting to the point with the engine where there's like kind of you know, what's the word for it? When you get less and less gains from something, whatever that is. We're getting less and less every time we iterate on things in here, because it's getting to the point where things are pretty, you know, mature, and I should start making stuff. Diminishing returns, thank you very much. Exactly. Okay, so we just, for a float, we're gonna have an NK property F. Oh. But it's actually disgusting. We have to do this again, because once again, everything needs to have its own name, or else it will it will all go to the same value, because that's how nuclear works. So that is unfortunately how it goes. Okay. And the cool thing is, once we finish this, and we'll be able to animate lights and animate the way that they move, and be able to visually see it instead of recompiling every time, which is cool. It's cool. It's cool. It's not. It's there is some payoff here. Now, like the amount of payoff, not really sure about it, to be honest. You kind of wish that there was more payoff, to be honest, but especially when it comes to what we're about to have to do with the Vec 3s here, you kind of do wish that that there was, you know. Okay, that's what we'll do. And we should probably make this less than 0.01, but for now it's fine. And the last one that we have to do is the NK property eye. And I always hate how they did this. Why is there always NK property and NK property int when they're the exact same thing? That just doesn't make sense to me. They're literally the exact same thing, except it takes an int pointer val. What? It. Well, we're gonna call it it, okay? And thank God we don't have anything with the bool, so nice. This should really be a min of 0. Actually, it should be a min of like negative 10,000. Because that's just the value of whatever we're interpolating during the frame. But you know, the reason why I hadn't done this, I mean, it's like not the most important thing in the world, to be honest. This, what I'm working on right now. But once I get it done, then I can work on other things. So, you know, I might as well get it out of the way. Int new I. Oh, you're so right. You're so right. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. Looks fine to me. Looks fine to me. Looks absolutely dandy. Okay. Now we need to go through, and I want to make a. Oh, what's up, Mika? I want to make a button that just makes an animation component. I think in Entity, I do have a thing that, you know, goes if animation component, then we make an animation. We should just make this a function, of course. And all it should take in is the ent, so that we can just set it. Well, that was definitely a bug there. So I'm glad that I came across that, because that could have been bad. That could have been bad indeed. So let's just take an entity, and then we can just return AC. Case of Mondays, yeah. Like you know, like when I broke the kettle this morning. Answer on. Did I fuck something else up? You know, today isn't my greatest day. I did break the kettle, so. I did break the kettle. I did not see it. Okay, I did not see it. Okay. Yes, I think so. I think so, fellas. I think so, and we're gonna do the exact same thing for the physics component. All of them will be made of tungsten. Okay, good. Yeah. I broke the kettle. I broke the fucking kettle. I broke the kettle. Guess why I can't get coffee right now? Because I broke the fucking kettle. I broke the fucking kettle. I broke it. It fell. It dropped. Boom. Crack. Boom. I can do that, right? I know I can, okay? But I'm the one who broke the kettle. And I like that kettle, okay? I like the fucking kettle. Okay, so we can set the PC to true. The problem is with the whole mesh node situation, okay, is that if you add a physics component to a static object, it's just gonna break everything, so just don't do that, I guess. LOL. Yeah, just don't do that, bro. Just don't click that button if you don't know what you're doing, because you may cause a problem. But, listen. Cross that bridge. When we get to it, we will cross that bridge. We will cross that bridge. We'll cross that bridge. Okay? Okay, fellas? Okay, now. Yeah, so let's just give it a shot. Case of the Monday's broken kettle. Yeah, I'd prefer to not think about it anymore, to be honest. I could gaslight myself, I guess. To be honest, I just... You know, it's just... Oh, I didn't add it to the fucking lights. The lights. We need to add a select entity thing to the lights. We need to get the ent if light entity ID doesn't equal -1, which lights should always have an entity, but that's alright. Okay, so this doesn't have... and we segfault it. The problem... Okay, so the problem arises with that is that we may just not have data inside of that little bro. Actually, so it may make us slow, but what we should do, okay, if we're being honest here, okay, we're gonna go default break because fucking Clang is pissing me off with the warnings. Okay, shut the fuck up. I know what I'm doing. Okay, so if AC if T data is null, then don't do it. Okay, very, very easy. Oh, it's T completion data. Okay. And then if T data is not continue. Okay. Absolutely fantastic. We love to see it. Actually, that's a break. I lied. That's gonna be a break. That sucks. What do you mean that sucks? Are we talking about the kettle? Are we still talking about the fucking kettle? Are we done with the fucking kettle? Better not be talking about any goddamn kettles in my chat. Oh, so we were talking about the kettle. You fucking motherfucker. You little piece of shit. I hate it. I hate it. Okay, we gotta iterate it. Because I have to set this shit to null, or else we're just gonna have seg faults in the program, so yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, we still have the foot animations. The foot animations, by the way, don't do anything, so we can just fucking get rid of them. So this is the animation graveyard, bro. Okay, so the basically what would happen is that you would set the data up beforehand. I don't know how. We're gonna have to figure that out. And then you just edit it in the program, little bro. You just edit it in the program, bro. But yeah, I'm not making a whole ass system with the fucking. We're not. Okay, we made the menu though. It's like happy. We're happy. Happy, 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 happy. We have 2 tracks. Okay. Oh shit. I just realized something. Okay. Okay, I just realized something. So, you know how I said everything needs to have its own name in nuclear? I wasn't joking, okay? Because we have a nested loop here. And we also, I forgot, I know, I'm silly forgetting, I forgot that this also needs to have the track. So it also, you have to put, it's unbelievably cursed, I know, but you have to do this. We're gonna do it like that. Just so that it's readable. Oh my god. I don't see anybody in here in live chat. I actually don't see anybody. Classic YouTube. Is the person saying bad words or okay words? Because if he said bad words, then there would be no way for me to rectify the situation. You know what I mean? It kind of has me worried, like, slightly, you know? Kind of slightly. Oh my god, even this shit needs it. I'm gonna like have a fucking mental fucking breakdown. Oh my god. Oh. Oh no, I saw that. I saw that. I just didn't respond to it. You know? Okay. I am, you know. I'm in the middle of suffering, you know what I mean? It is kind of like I'm in the suffering zone. Okay. Okay. If I do this with one, then I have to do it with all of them. Oh, fucking Christ. Art is suffering? I guess. Okay. When I open it, why does it stop going? Because it turns it off of active. Oh, fuck. Okay, I obviously fucked up the NK bools down there. Let's just try that. I don't really remember how NK bools work, I'm not gonna lie. The NK option labels work. So let's just give this a shot. Okay. Okay. So far so good. I'm overwhelmed. I don't have a delete track button. That's so true. Why did we stop? No, you're fucking with me. You're fucking with me. You're being fucking funny, aren't you? What, like, can you just do T loop equals? Does that work? You're being funny, aren't you? You're being funny, aren't you? Field Mice, good song. You're... Okay, but why... Why nuclear? Why? Why do you have to be this way? Why are you so weird? Why are you weird? Why are you weird? Oh my god, why are you weird? Why are you weird? Why are you being weird? Why is it when I open the menu that you stop working? What the fuck? Maybe there's a reason, I don't know. No, it did it again. No, why are you being weird? If I remove the buttons, does it keep looping? Is it not a nuclear thing and this is just being weird? Or is it No, it's nuclear. It's nuclear. It's totally nuclear being weird. Dude. No, it's just nuclear being weird. I'm gonna literally Google how do nuclear option labels work. Okay. And of course, oh my god. No, never mind. I'm just, no. No, 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 no. No, it's, oh yeah, it's supposed to be, oh. Isn't it NK checkbox? Ah, yeah, it's NK checkbox label. Fucking knew something was up, bro. I fucking knew something was up, bro. Is there one without a pointer? Nah, bro. Why do we have to have a pointer? Why are you weird? Looper. Oh, it's almost over. It's almost over. The pain is almost over. It's almost over. It's almost over. I don't know if that works, but we're just gonna copy it. Fucking NK checkbox label. Option is radio button. Listen, nuclear is a little bit special. You know what I mean? Like, just leave nuclear alone, okay? Nuclear is just a bit weird. But, okay. Okay. Oh, hell yeah. Uh-huh. Nah. No, you piece of shit. It's, It's one of these two. It's one of these. It's gotta be this. If it isn't this, then like, you never had a car with radio buttons? What do you mean? Dude, like shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Don't talk. Don't say anything. Do not say anything. Oh my god, I think it's over. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh, dude. You know, people like fucking tell me all the time, is this MGY? Bro, like, that's so tilting to me because it's like you have no idea the horrors that I've seen. Like, it's people literally are like make fun of me to my face without even knowing it. When everybody's just like, is that MGY? Bro, is that a skinned IGY? You don't even want to know, bro. You don't want to know what I've gone through. Who? Many people in the past, in the chat. In this very chat. Okay. So now we can make it go really fast. And we can change the values. We can make it not blink. Oh, that's not that. We make it not blink now. Oh, I put the time to 150 by accident. So now it's not blinking anymore. Very nice, very nice. Who's happy for me? People clap, 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 clap right now. Claps in the chat. Clap it up. Why does the intensity not really matter? Oh, the intensity doesn't matter because we aren't uploading it every frame to the GPU, are we? You really don't, aren't you, Bruno? You're kidding, aren't you? Yeah, we have to upload that shit every frame. This is RPG makers. I would hope that I'm a little bit better than RPG maker, not gonna lie. I would hope so. I mean, I had this animation already implemented, by the way. It's just the only thing that we did is the UI to edit it. Which is fine, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, we got like a lot of menus. We have a lot of menus, bro. Why does this not go away? Oh my god, I didn't make a button that closes it. Oh my god. Bozo. Bozo alert. I need to make that. How do I make that again? If NK window is closed, entity? Entity menu open equals false. Hello, how am I doing? I'm okay. Thank you for asking, Cheese. They had 3D tools, really? That was a thing? That's crazy. Okay, we have to make a button before we move on and forget. We have to make a button that removes a track, okay? Now, I'm not going to make a button that... Should I make a button that deletes a specific track? It's such a fucking insane pain in the ass. Like, holy fucking shit. I'm sorry, that's a bit tilting. And to add salt to the wound, I have to make another one of these things. So if we remove a track, then we have to scoot all the other ones up. Oh no. Oh no. No. Oh no. Oh no. We're just gonna do j equals I, j less than kf count, j plus plus. And we're just gonna go through and set t tracks t no, not tkf count. I meant AC track count. AC tracks j equals AC tracks j plus 1 and then go minus 1. But you also have to get the fucking... Don't lose your mind here. You also have to get the... No, I was right to put it down there. I was right. Dude, I'm so excited. Dude, what a glorious, time I can hook up my PS2 and play Drakengard and fucking Nocturne. That's what I'm gonna be playing later today when I stop doing this. It's gonna be lovely, you know what I mean? Excellent. Boom. Done. Done. Cool, good stuff. Lovely. Now, does any of this save to save and load? No. Why are you asking that question? Do you want me to feel pain? Is that what you want from me? To feel my wrath? Maybe we should save it. Holy shit, this file. Jesus Christ, this file. Oh my god, I just instantly got tilted opening that file. Oh my god, I remember when we wrote this and how suffering it was. Oh my god. Oh my god. We should save the animation components. We really should. We really should, guys. Yeah, I'm just gonna write these guys to binary, fellas. I'm just gonna write these guys to binary, fellas. You know, we also don't have the light entity thing that gets saved. So there's also that link that we need to save. Those are kind of annoying because then we have to write them as integers and then resolve them on the load, which is a little bit annoying. A little bit annoying. A little bit frustrating, a little bit annoying. You know something I want to test? I want to test something real quick. I want to test if the work that we did with our silly little scene BVH is actually making this slower. I have a theory about it. I have a worrisome theory about it. Okay, no, it's just slow. It's just slow as fuck. Holy shit. Never mind. I was completely wrong. My theory was incorrect. I take it all back. I take it all back. You're free to not crash now. You're free to resume. Okay. We will come back to you. Okay. So I was wrong. I apologize. I'm sincerely sorry. Yeah. We need point light shadows. We need point light shadows. We need them right now. That's a problem for tomorrow. Let's put that on the list, huh? Done. Yeah, but would it copy the tracks? I don't think it would copy the tracks, bro. I don't think that it would copy the tracks, bro. Unless I'm stupid. I don't think it would copy the interior array. Or maybe it would since it's stack. Would it? Or are you saying something else? With ampersand 1. What? I mean, I know what you're saying. I get what you're saying. In the save function. What? 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 I'm not sure what you mean. I'm not sure what you mean. Maybe I just wasn't meant to understand it. Yeah, I could do that. But why would I do that? Is it really faster than just doing ampersand? Why is the pointer arithmetic better? Less typing? It's just the way I do it, I guess. I don't know. I think it's equivalent, right? Unless I actually need the pointer arithmetic, I usually just like keep it out because it's, you know, it just complicates things in my opinion. How do I save the end for this? I do this. And I'll do it at the end too. Okay, so we need to write the track count. Just less typing. I guess I'm just so used to writing the ampersand that it, to be honest, it's pretty fast for me. What's in this? T active T data loop type. Okay, so let's just go through and do the bools first. I feel like I'm not getting a lot done today, but I probably am. I don't know. Oh, the problem is the data. I need a way to resolve that data, actually. Or else this is just garbage. Yeah, I probably just have to leave this till later. I need a way to resolve that. Probably some something that exposes the data itself. Yeah. Yeah, I need a system then for it, and I'll have to think about it. I know what I did with my UI system the last time was I basically exposed endpoints to access that stuff through JSON and whatever. But I don't have a way to do that yet, and I have to think about it more, like what I want to do. Yeah. I need a system. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I know I can loop like that. I know I can loop with the pointers. I know. I just don't. I don't see the point in doing the pointer arithmetic, really. It's like so much easier to read for me this way. I don't know. There's a point to do that. Like in my chess engine, there was a point where I needed to do that, but you know, I could do a byte offset into a struct. Sit in C++ index arrays. Why? I don't get the whole for each thing. Like, I like having an int. I like having this index because I use this index. I don't like the for each thing. I use this index a lot, like very often. And it saves me a lot of time just having this index, you know? Yeah, I think that that's how you do it. You just need an enum for the amount of structs. So all of the things it could be an entity, it could be a light struct, it could be a mesh node struct, it could be a mesh struct technically. It could be something inside of animation component, something inside of a physics component, something like that. You make an enum for that, and then you just write an index into an array, and then have a byte offset for the value itself. Yeah. Because of out of bounds bugs? Why? You have a count for that reason. Yeah, I think that that's how you do it. You have an enum that gives the type of struct, then an index into that array, and then a byte offset into that struct for the value. And then that's what you save. That's hard. That is hard though. We could try it. We could try it. It's kind of hard though. Let me think about it. If I make an enum for this, I'm just going through all of the arrays that we have. So you have this, and now what you need is just the offset into the array and the byte offset. I think if you have threads, you could still have bounded if you're not careful. Nothing that I'm doing has threads. Type J instead of I, that's an out of bounds bug. I use the numbers. I mean, like, sure, I've had bugs, but also I don't, I don't get the for each paradigm, like, in general. I just don't think there's so many uses for the actual index that it's like 99% of the time I would like have no use for it. So I need yeah, and that's how you do it. And so when you set up a thing, an animation, instead of just giving the data, you want to give the data type to be anim data light. Then you give the data index offset to 1, which is the light. And then you have the data byte offset, which is the offset of You're zipping 2 containers? I mean, I guess. I don't know. I use it for... I'd have to check, but I use it for plenty of different things when I need to figure out what references what, you know? Like, when I have, for instance, a mesh node, right? And I'm iterating through all of the meshes, right? I need to check against which mesh node has the correct mesh, right? And so I use that you know, like that's used like multiple times in the engine, you know, like again and again, right? It's like not it's very common to use that. I don't know. I don't see any like out of bounds bugs that you know, I don't know. I don't write. It's just one of those things where it's like just don't write bad code. I don't know. I don't see the point of it. Yeah, the problem is now we have to have a massive switch case to actually serialize this. But that is the way you do it. That is the way you do it. And then you could set this in real time and animate things. You just have to be really careful. You'd have to... Yeah. You'd have to be really, really careful. But, I think it's worth it to implement it. I don't really know if I'm going to write the code for it right now. That does seem kind of like a pain in the ass. Like, I don't know. I would literally have to make a switch case that... Well, no, you would just serialize that. But on load, you would have to then. Which is kind of painful. I've done many threads. I've done many multi-threaded things. But it, you know, like I don't see how... I mean, maybe, I don't know. But for my save and load that I'm writing right now, you're never going to have one thread that's saving while others are I don't know. I don't see. You're saying how track count could be mutated and then you go out of bounds or something? You know, what is the argument? I guess. Like, where's the argument? I don't see it. I do plan on having threads for some things, like physics updates and stuff like that, but, you know, the lighting is all done on the GPU, so it's like, it's probably not gonna have any, you know, it's just gonna be light culling that would be threaded, but, you know, nothing that I am talking about here would, warrant, would be helped by, like, why would incrementing a pointer instead of having an index actually change anything in terms of threading? Like, what's the... Like, if you're saying that the pointer gets invalidated, then the pointer is still going to be invalidated if you're iterating it with pointer arithmetic. I don't see the difference, to be honest. If that's what we're talking about. Because that's what we were talking about. Was for each paradigms with pointer arithmetic rather than indexes. The thing is, it's nothing about safety. It's literally just flavor. You know? Like, that's the way I see it. Like, the pointer arithmetic is just as unsafe because it operates on the same exact memory, right? Like, if I get a pointer here to this, right? Like, this is the only time we're using J unless absolutely, unless we need to use J ever again, right? So here we're only fetching it once, right? Which is the same exact amount of times as you're doing the pointer arithmetic in the for loop, right? So it's, to me, there's no, it's there's no there's literally no difference. It's the same amount of mental, I don't know, like it's the same amount of, things you can mess up. It's literally just one line, right? I don't know. It's just I just don't see. There's a J in 4 places. Yes, there is a J in 4 places, but I've written this statement like a million, like, I don't know, this pattern I J K, like, I don't know, the amount of bugs I've had in the past week, right? And none of them. I'm just here to keep the chat rolling. Yeah, I mean that's fine. It's just that's whatever, you know. I don't see it. I'm someone, when somebody gives me, like, I don't know, critique or something that I could do better, right? I like, I'll try to see it, I'll try to get it right, but it's like I just don't, I really don't get it. I don't see, I don't know. I very rarely have indexing bugs, like very, very, very rarely. And if it's an indexing bug, it's something like for example, the last indexing bug I had was about like a week and a half ago, maybe like 2 weeks ago, where it was in the lightmap code. It was right here. It was right here where I simply did LMV. It was like J times 3 plus P, right? But this J didn't change because of the UVI currently rasterizing flag, and so this wasn't J times 3 anymore, and so that's why you have to actually keep a count in this case, right? And that was the last bug, and it took me a long time to find it. But in that case, that's, you wouldn't have a for loop over here, you wouldn't have a for each paradigm here anyway, because you're working directly with indices through the triangles itself, through the points of the triangle itself. So once again, that's the last indexing bug that I had, right? So yeah, I just don't see it. But okay, so time to do the load, I guess. Okay, let's figure it out. This is gonna be hard. Most of this can be the same. I'm pretty sure, like, 90% of it can be the same. The problem is fetching the data once we f-read this. And also resolving this. I need to figure out how we resolved it. Oh, we just resolve it like this, and this is completely fine. Yeah, I mean, I get it, but, you know. I just find pointer arithmetic just more confusing than just working with indices. That's just the way it is for me. But yeah. Yeah, you literally need a switch case and then to loop through each individual array. I think for now I'm just gonna leave it at null. And then we can come back to it later. I think I'm just gonna yeah, it's just overwhelming me to think about it. But it doesn't actually change anything in the actual write. What does need to change something is the f reading and f writing for the actual lights. The light has an entity ID on it, right? Which is actually uint32t. That should really not be a uint32t. It's only that way because it gets sent to the GPU. Do I want to change that now? I won't for now. It's fine. Yeah, every light needs an entity, unfortunately. That's just kind of the way it is. That's just kind of the way it is. Okay. Something I've been meaning to do that I just remembered is that I need to fucking make a button that makes a entity, or that makes a light. I don't have a button that does that. I'm wondering, I'll just put it on the light menu. Just put it on the light menu. I don't really know what needs to happen when we create a new light. But yeah. Yeah. So what all needs to happen? I mean, obviously we need to upload it to the GPU, and so I think the dirty flag just does that though. The dirty flag goes all the way down here. Light's dirty, yeah. I mean, we re-upload things anyway, so it doesn't even matter. We will vector expand, and we will fill with some default values. I think that I'm just going to make a static light that just has default values. So I think that that's what I'm going to do. I think the last time I did this, I think that you can do this, right? We need to make an entity when we make it. Yeah. Yeah, let's just do that. I can totally think of it where you might thread saving and loading. If you end up doing expensive serialization, you'd write files in defined chunks. I suppose so. I suppose you might end up thread saving and loading if, you know, that could definitely be possible. But like what does that have to do with the pointer arithmetic, you know, not being thread safe? Like you know, like what does that, where does the loop complete? You know what I mean? So if we thread saving and loading, then what is mutating the size of the arrays while we're saving and loading them from the other chunks? Also, my save and load, that is the editor save and load. That's a world save and load. That's not actually like a game save state sort of thing. You know what I mean? Like this saves triangle data, right? Like this is saving to binary, right? So this is like purely an editor feature. But I mean, it's possible that you might thread save and load, but you know, I mean, how much, you know, game data would there be to, I don't know, maybe it's possible. We need to create entity null -1 false false. I believe that's how I create lights. The entity components, yeah. The entities, yeah. Okay, and just new light entity ID equals. No, that gives us an entity pointer. And if we're out of ents, then we crash. Just don't run out of ents. Delete light, we don't really have. It's not really the easiest thing to do. What we would literally do is just and we just want to get yeah, it's, I'd imagine that it is. I mean, save and load is pretty big pain in the ass, to be honest. Like, the editor save and load for me took a few days just to write the raw code for it, so, and it's a pain in the ass to update every time I have to do something, so yeah, I can agree with that. Okay. Yeah, I could have written that nicer, for sure. Yeah, that's easy. I don't really have a way to delete a lot of things, to be honest. I haven't really done that yet. But having a way to make a new light is quite nice, yeah. So that's cool. And to get rid of them is nice. I want to stop hard coding the lights 0 for the directional light. I need these directional lights to have an AABB on them for the area that they have effect over, and so I should do that now. The good thing is that this light struct isn't actually what's sent to the GPU. It's actually this now. So this is good because now I can get an AMBB in here, which is the area for it. And it's only going to be used by directionals, but quit the game while the save thread was running. You get a corrupted save. Oh, that sucks. Oh, that really sucks. So it corrupted whatever it was saving over, I guess. That really sucks. Okay, so if it's only used by directionals, then yeah, so we should just determine if we're in what we're inside, and then just update that light camera, because this light camera is just used for the shadow map. Because we only have one shadow map for directionals, which makes sense. You shouldn't really have two at a time. It doesn't really make sense. But I could see how moving from one area to another, that could be problematic. So I don't know how I'm gonna deal with that. I think you should probably have like a fade between them, but it's kind of probably sketchy. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but yeah, I'm probably going to need to make inside of the editor for the light, I'll probably need to make a thing for it, another ABB thing. What does this work on? This works on, oh, the lightmap ABB. Yeah. So we need to do one of those for an ABB for the fucking. Yeah, this is such a pain in the ass. I should really make this a function that just does an ABB. Except you need the specific. It would be so gnarly to do it. I think I just copy and paste it. I don't really care. Yeah, it's kind of a pain in the ass though, not gonna lie. I'm just gonna straight up copy and paste it. It's not fun though, it's really not fun. Yeah, this is gonna make me lose my mind. Yeah, yeah. What else do I have on the list to do of things that I can do other than this? Point light shadows, right, right. Maybe we do point light shadows. I know that I was supposed to, like, there's a thing with, like, an atlas for point light shadows. When I looked it up last time, it's like, if you want to do it correctly, there's, like, you would do an atlas for it, so that basically per frame you decide, you spatially divvy up all of the point lights into their own resolution in a grid on the atlas, and then render it to the atlas. That kind of sounds like a pain in the ass, not gonna lie, because then you have to figure out how to get a cube map from that per frame. That sounds like really not easy. That sounds really difficult, actually. So I need to figure out how to do this. There's really no great way of doing it, I'm not gonna lie. I wish that there was. That would make this a lot less painful. Yeah, it's just dog shit all the way down. You know, there's definitely a thing in Helix where you can select a word really fast and then search for that same word. I just forget how to do it, but that could have been pretty useful there. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Oh yeah, this isn't even AMBB extents. This is supposed to be this. We're just gonna do this with the mouse, okay? Because it's faster. Okay. Okay. So now we have the directional light with the thing, and so what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna figure this out now so that we don't have to figure it out later, and I'm just gonna do where we have to be in the area of it to figure it out. I hate to just loop over all of the lights, but really that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, and then we'll just default to 0. We'll just default to 0. So if point in ABB for our vec4 to vec3 cam data, I do cache it per per frame, don't I? Somewhere I just set cam pause equals this, yeah. So but I should do this actually. I should actually do this like after I update the camera. Would probably be good. Once again, I'm saying cache instead of cache, which is really annoys the fuck out of me why I do that. Whatever, I guess. And then we just do current directional. And current directional should actually be a global because that is going to be used as a uniform in the shader. That's what we'll do right now. We need to get rid of this. No reason for those things to be here anymore. We got rid of them. Okay. So let's use current directional. Okay. And now that's going to be bound as a thing in here. We're just going to bind it raw, I think. Just during the shader bind. Bind dynamic shader, yeah. Yeah. Let us get... First of all, we should really... We are using up all of them in order now. This light proj and light view isn't used anymore. Is not used anymore, so we can get rid of it. We should do the SSAO. So that just, you know, just because we can. And next we want to do our new thing, which is current directional, which will tell us which directional light to use. Are we actually going to even use that? Because no, we probably won't actually. Just trying to think if there's a no, this diffuse that I used to get was just for the shadow map bias, but we don't even use the bias anymore, so it doesn't matter. So what I was about to do doesn't fucking matter. So get rid of it. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. Okay. But we can still have the current directional. That's fine. I don't know what else we're going to use it for, but that's fine. And we can go back to our default light and go dot area. And set it to 0. Okay, let's go and try and test some of this shit out. Let's go and test some of this shit out. Okay, so create light creates a light. The animation broke on that when we created a new light. Which is interesting. We can delete a light and that's fine. When I select the entity, nothing happens. Okay. So we made a mistake, I guess. Create entity. Why would that change the... Well, maybe... Maybe there's a reason. Oh. No. To be fair, I haven't really tried creating an entity with without an animation component when it comes to lights. So maybe that has something to do with it. No. If I go to select entity, nothing happens now. Ent free equals false. What would set that? What would set the entity to free? Because that's probably what's happening. That has to be what's happening. Something sets it to free at some point. Hmm. I gotta select entity. Oh, it doesn't work anyway. Oh. Are we getting into here? Are we getting into there? We are. We're just not opening the menu, and I think why we're not opening the menu is this. Has to do with this. Probably. Maybe not. Well, let's try commenting it out, I guess, and seeing if it's that. Okay. Everything should be the same with this menu, because it has all the same flags. So I'm not sure what is happening. I'm guessing that it's setting it to false because it's not open or something. Oh, this is the first time we open a window from within one of the menus. Oh yeah, I see. I see. I see. We should use this opening menu flag again then. So on the frame that we open it, we just have to set that we're opening a window. Opening menu equals true, and we have to set that for the lights as well, and that should fix it. Now we're rendering it, but it's not actually rendering. It's not reopening the menu. Why does it not reopen? Why does it not reopen? Why does it not reopen? So because we're not calling NK clear, the classic NK clear. NK clear breaks everything, by the way. Like every time I use it, it breaks everything. So I don't really... See, this is why you don't use NK clear. Because now it just doesn't let you close the fucking menu. That's the problem with NK clear. It's... Maybe you have to call it... I've never tried calling it before the swap. Oh, now nothing even opens. Ah, classic. Maybe you have to call it like right after the render, I guess. I don't know. Every time we've used NK clear, it just fucking breaks everything. Like, look at that. It just like, it just closes the menu. Yeah, I guess not. Yeah, I don't know. It says that this should work, so. And it works for all the other windows. Let's try to maybe render it at the bottom after everything else. Maybe it's got something to do with that. I don't know. It only does it when it's a new light window. Like what? That's bizarre. Is it possible that the menu is maybe called the wrong called because I know that we have multiple entity menu NK texts. So maybe just maybe there's something like that it's the wrong name. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Just select the entity. We also have this still here. Alright, let's see that. No, yeah. I have a feeling that this... Is there any time where entity is typed here other than... No. I'm so fucking confused. Maybe the opposite, maybe render it before everything else. I mean, I don't fucking know. This is so dumb. Okay, so that doesn't work at all. So what is setting entity menu? Maybe something else is called entity. Let's try it entity 2. I don't know. Maybe something else is called entity. I don't know. I don't know. NK Windows closed is not coming true. Closed, open, closed. It only comes true when you close the parent window. Why? Why not? We don't have this inside of it, but shouldn't matter. Probably. There's nothing else about it that should cause this. Oh, you're so weird. You're so weird. You're so weird. I Okay, so apparently there might be like a hash collision with the titles. Apparently there might be like a title collision, which is weird. Between the light and the entity. Let's try naming. Renaming things, I guess. Very strange, very strange. But apparently that might be it. No. Huh. Hmm. Are the things within our entity menu may be causing some hash problems, I think. Within. Wait a second. That was definitely incorrect to have that, but I don't think that that would cause it. I'm kind of interested to see if we just get rid of all the complex AC stuff, if we still have the same issue, because I have a feeling that it has to do with all of that complex indexing and unique stuff that we were doing there. No. Weird. You can apparently do NK begin titled. I'm thinking of just like, maybe I just put this to like a random string. Like DDD, like this. Just to see, I mean, there's no way that that's gonna collide, right? It makes no sense. Like, hello? It makes no sense. I mean, at this point, it's just completely cooked. See? Like, what the fuck are we talking about? What are we talking about? I don't know. I literally don't know. Yeah. I mean, it just doesn't detect the menu. Here, I'm literally going to just nest it. Just to prove to myself that it isn't the fact that it's in a different function or some shit. I don't fucking know why that would matter, but just to see. No, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's a weird nuclear thing. I think it's like something weird with nuclear. I don't know. I literally don't know. We can apparently try begin titled. Um, Here's what I'm gonna try. What if we put them into a global static array? Something like this, and then you just make the titles like that. What if you do this? You'd probably just not do this, but whatever. I'm just thinking here. And then you just do all of them in this. That way it's always reading the same hash every time, no questions asked. I don't know. I got the idea from something that I just read, but Why am I, why? And then you just index it like that. And then you're just happy. And then it just works, right? Now we just have to do the same for the menus themselves. Hook them up to the same string. I really should have made that matte instead. That's kind of my bad. That's kind of my bad. You know how, like, I used to say, like, this whole fucking bullshit about, oh, all of it is, you know, everything has meaning, even though it seems like you're doing nothing. Well, this doesn't have meaning, and this is just bullshit, and this is doing nothing. This feels like a complete waste of time, and I hate that I'm doing it. Okay, well now it's just bullshit. Now you're just bullshitting. Now you're just fucking full of shit. Now you're just full of shit. It's just not rendering, it's just not registering it closed. Just not registering it closed. Like, dude. I don't know, maybe in a different order. I like. No. Okay. I give up. 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 He says as he moves the thing and then tries again. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. There's something weird with this shit. With this specific menu, there's something weird. I don't know. I have tried everything now, and it still doesn't work, so I guess I'm just gonna give up. It sucks to give up, but yeah. I wonder if it's something with how I initialize the nuclear context, where this is like buggy. It might be just something that I don't enable within nuclear that it makes this not shit. No, you just do NKSDL in it. Okay, well, I guess I'll move on from this. I'll leave it as a thing. But I don't know. It's that window specifically. I guess I'll just leave it as a note for later, but yeah, really bizarre. Because I've tried changing the strings, I've tried everything. Yo, I got no fucking clue why that's a thing. Maybe it's that there's some conflict with, I don't know, I commented out the menus completely though. I thought maybe that there's some like conflict with the contents of the menus, but the contents are entirely unique, so I wonder if there's some maximum like thing that we're hitting in nuclear. NK buffer. Okay, so let's try that then. Let's try to change the max element memory and the max vertex memory for nuclear. I've never done this before. Now that's a lot of memory. Just out of curiosity. No. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, well, it's not that either, so whatever. 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 Okay. Well, that's that. What the fuck? I think did I click exit or did it just crash? I may have just pressed escape by accident. I hope that I just pressed escape by accident and it didn't just like fucking crash out of nowhere. That would suck. Well, I got everything that I wanted to do done, I think. We still have point light shadows to do. I kind of want to do point light shadows because look at this. This is just disgusting. Like, that's just disgusting. Don't know how to do it though. So it kind of sucks. Yeah, how to do point light shadows. Set the angle to 180, problem solved, yeah. There's a learn OpenGL on it. I don't know how good it is. It looks literally just like a shadow map, just a cube map. It's exactly what they're doing. But that just seems so expensive. Maybe I should just do a basic one and then just ask questions later. That sort of thing. I'm seeing a NVIDIA article on it. I don't know. Yeah. Honestly, I think maybe I'm deciding if I'm going to take a break or not. I've been here for a while. I do want to try Point Light Shadows, but should probably read an article on it first. So I'll probably read an article on it. Probably while I'm taking a break. I need to like take breaks with my screen time, or else I like legitimately like get nauseous now. I've just been kind of grinding away at it, so that's why the crash is happening. It's because of the E button that we I deleted the what hooks up to the E button, the animation, so it's just playing. It was a kick animation, and now it just like it's nothing. Yeah, so I need to limit my kind of screen time. I've been going for so many hours, but maybe not done for today. I'm not sure. I'm going to have to see how I'm feeling in like 30 minutes to an hour. But if I do come back, then I'm going to work on Point Light Shadows, and it will probably just be like a short hour, 2-hour stream where I just like cook that up. Because I don't think that I'm going to sleep. So if I'm not going to sleep, then I might as well code. But I do need to get something to eat and something to drink, and just sit and be away from a screen for like a little while so that I don't get nauseous and stuff. So, all right, peace out.